Good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Another sunny day here at Taunton, and we're very much looking forward to day two of this match. Somerset resuming this morning on 23 for 1 in their first innings. Now, mind you, the refreshments are available this morning from the Stragglers Coffee House. And we'd also like to invite you, if you would like to be indoors, a little bit warmer this morning. We do have availability in the 1875 Club open to all of you this morning. If you'd like to pop up and maybe you can spend an hour or so, watch the game from indoors, and then venture out a little bit later in the day. But we'll look forward to seeing you, and a very good morning to everyone who's listening right now in the 1875 Club. Great to have you with us here in Taunton this morning. I'm sure you're looking forward to a great day of cricket as well. We have a date for your diary. On July the 28th, we have an incredible collection of stars from London's West End, and they're backed by a phenomenal 9-piece band, and they'll be performing One Night of Neil. It's a magical tribute concert celebrating the wonderful music of Neil Diamond. Tickets for One Night of Neil are now on sale. We also have available now tickets for all of our home matches. This includes tickets for the England Women's Test match, England Lions versus South Africa, and also a Somerset 11 versus a Sri Lanka Development 11. Those tickets are now available. Very much looking forward to those games, in addition to all the Somerset matches here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, in particular England Women's Test match, which we're proud to be staging here in Taunton. Good luck to the England ladies, of course, this evening in that World Cup final against Australia starting in the early hours. And we should be getting a result round about this time tomorrow. So good luck to Heather Knight and the rest of the England women's team in that World Cup final against Australia. warm welcome to you. Great to have you with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of this match. Somerset resuming this morning at 11 o'clock on 23 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 232 for 8 declared. Our umpires for this game are Graham Lloyd and David Milnes. Our match referee is Wayne Noon, and our scorers for Somerset, Polly Rhodes, and for Warwickshire, Mel Smith. Reminder that today's play split into 3 2-hour sessions with 90 overs scheduled in the day. And the squads for this game, including their numbers: Tom Abel, number 28, Casey Aldridge, 5, Tom Banton, 18, George Bartlett, 14, Jack Brooks, 70, Josh Davies, 38, Steve Davies, 11, Marshawn DeLanger, 90, Lewis Goldsworthy, 44, Ben Green, 54, Lewis Gregory, 24, James Hildred, 25, Tom Lammonby, 15, Ned Leonard, 19, and Roloff van der Merwe, 52. And for Warwickshire, Dom Sibley, 45, Will Rose, 35, Sam Hain, 16, Alex Davies, 71, Matt Lamb, number 7, Michael Burgess, 61, Chris Benjamin, 12, Dan Mousley, 80, Danny Briggs, 14, Ryan Sidebottom, 22, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, number 20, Maraj Johal, number 5, Jake Lintox, number 23, and finally for Warwickshire, Shay Simmons.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of Somerset versus Warwickshire in a 3-day friendly in, well, I don't know if it's any different conditions to yesterday, really. Sunny but chilly. Myself, Harry Everett, and Tony Pomeroy is here to talk you through the morning's proceedings. Tony, what were your thoughts on yesterday's play?
I thought it was fairly even. Somerset started well by getting Will Rhodes in the second ball of the innings, but Sibley and Hain put on a good partnership lasting till lunch. And Somerset won the afternoon session by getting 5 wickets, although one of them was a retired out. And then Warwickshire tapped a few runs after tea and declared, leaving Somerset 13 overs, which they amassed 23 for 1.
Yeah, Sam Hain batted beautifully for his 66 not out, and then he retired. And yeah, Somerset were put into bat after Warwickshire declared at 4:54 p.m. They declared on 232 for 8. And yeah, Ben Green and Tom Abel made it through as Tom Lammonby fell LBW to Oliver Hannon-Dolby. So 23 for 1 they'll resume with 13 overs bowled. There'll be 90 overs in the day, 3 2-hour sessions, so it's easy maths. There'll be a lunch break at 1 o'clock and a tea break at 3:40. The umpires are walking out with their black gloves and white floppy hats to keep the sun and a bit of warmth. And do join us on the YouTube live stream. We've already got Prina Chak saying morning, guys. Mike from Ilminster, good morning, everyone. Jamie Haig says morning from Nailsy. So great to see you all get involved, and feel free to tweet us. I'm Harry Everett _14. We've also got hashtag We Are Somerset, hashtag SumVWar. There's plenty of different ways to get in touch. Follow on the website and the Match Centre, and be with us all day today and tomorrow. It'd be great to hear from you and how you're watching. And if you want to come into the ground, it is free entry for the last 2 days of pre-season. Come on in and watch if you can brave the cold. Otherwise, stay with us on the live stream. Totally up to you. So we're going to start from the river end. It's going to be Tom Abel on strike. And yesterday we had Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Joe Howell were the two bowlers to finish off proceedings. Manraj Joe Howell, the chap who's made his debut in the Bob Willis Trophy final against Lancashire live on Sky. Some introduction to first-class cricket. He bowled quite well yesterday, didn't you think, Tony?
Yes, yeah. First 2 balls.
Bit short and wide, but
short and wide and got what they deserved, but the rest of it was very tidy.
So he will probably continue from the pavilion end after this, we're guessing. It looks like Oliver Hannon-Dolby will open up from the far end. Some right arm seamers for Warwickshire. No Ollie Stone. So with 22 on his back for Warwickshire. It's actually going to be, is it going to be Ryan Sidebottom or Oliver Hannon-Dolby? It might be Ryan Sidebottom who's going to open the bowling.
Yeah. Ryan Sidebottom's, yeah, that's Ryan
Sidebottom.
Sidebottom.
Looks like it's Ryan Sidebottom. So he's going to come into Tom Abel, and that sort of squares him up first ball, sort of outside edge to the point fielder. Be no run. We got Jack Brooks having a net to the side. You think, why not? Tail ender, why not have a little bat? Steve Kirby's over there. Paul Tweddle's over there.
He may have been told he's not getting a bat.
So he said, oh, I'll go and have a net then. So it's going to be Ryan Sidebottom, not the left-handed, curly-haired, Huddersfield-born former Yorkshire England seaman, but Ryan Sidebottom from Victoria, who's plays for Warwickshire, and he's dotted again by Abel to the point fielder. So Warwickshire got, what, 2 slips? No gully. Not a massively attacking field to start with, actually. I think they probably know how good Tom Abel is.
It's the field they used yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
3 on the offside, 3 on the leg side, 1 catching, 2 saving 1, and a deep fine leg. Yeah, we can just about see him.
So yeah, Ryan Sidebottom is, well, newish ball, 13 overs in, 13.2 overs in. Going to try and get a little bit of movement on this slightly overcast morning, but the sun's shining enough for Tom Abel to get forward and play comfortably. No variable bounce on this. Well, effectively a day 8 pitch, really, isn't it? Same pitch been used for all of pre-season.
It's day 7. Isn't it? It's a 2-day, then a 3-day.
2, 3, yes,
and
5, 6, 7. Tomorrow will be day 8.
Tomorrow's day 8.
Yeah, so good.
It should
good recycling, reuse, recycle.
Yeah, it should take a little spin
from the ground staff. Yeah, Van der Merwe and Lewis Goldsworthy will be excited for later on today or tomorrow.
But Somerset will have to bat last on it.
If it gets that way with all the funny declarations and however these games happen to go as Tom Abel leaves one outside off stump. You never quite know what's going to happen with these games. Both teams want batting and bowling practice.
Yeah.
And not much fielding practice when it's this cold, but
I think it feels a little warmer today. It's not quite the breeze there was yesterday.
Yeah, it's not quite.
The sight screen at the far end, the sheet is not moving quite as much as it did.
We haven't seen anyone lose their floppy hat yet either. We saw
No.
umpire and fielders alike having a little struggle to wrestle with their boater hats. And this is a tighter line from Sidebottom, left comfortably by Abel. Decent-ish start from Sidebottom without troubling Abel. Nothing doing to get him away with the boundary, no short and wide stuff.
Well, this is Sidebottom's 5th over, and he's only conceded 4 runs. From what I remember, they were off the edge by Ben Green.
Yes, through the slips.
Ben's only scoring stroke in 13 overs.
Yeah. He'll take it there. He's off.
Yes.
He's off the mark. So side bottom completes his over with another left ball by Tom Abel. Comfortably through. I think neither batter nor bowlers particularly won that over. Yes, it was a maiden by Ryan Sidebottom, but A was quite comfortable playing that.
The skipper's going to have a bowl by the look of it.
Yeah, it's nice to see different bowlers being used at different times, or actually not always going straight to their best bowlers or whatever. It's good to see different options being used.
And the skipper, Will Rhodes, coming on at the Trescothic Pavilion end, where we're sitting. His batting was rather brief. He was out to the second ball of the match. He lost his off stump. Left-hand bat, right arm bowler.
Yeah, Warwickshire skipper that.
Yeah. Umpire Graham Lloyd's looking at the pavilion. He wants something. Two slips. Three saving one on the offside and a silly mid-off. Two saving one on the leg side and a fine leg. Green deflects it to third man.
And he's got 2 boundaries through third man for 4.
2 boundaries.
They all count, don't they? It doesn't say where in the score, but...
No, you have a whole bat, you can use the whole bat. You haven't only got to use the middle. As I found very often. The opening bowler, Hannon Dalby at mid-off, is shining the ball. Giving his skipper all the help he can. Immaculate forward defensive shot from Ben Green to a good length ball. It must be a little warmer today. Not many players have got their hands in their pockets.
And a few less woolly hats. None in the field.
Yeah, no.
Somerset were
all wearing caps.
Woolly hats, yeah.
No, not all. No, there's 2 white floppy hats. Another immaculate forward defensive shot. Straight down the pitch. The Quantocks looking resplendent again. A couple of fields of oilseed rape. And plenty of green.
Seems quite quiet and sleepy this morning, doesn't it, over
Yes,
Dalton?
yeah. Another forward push. Fielded by the bowler.
What do you think about Will Rhodes taking the ball from this end this morning?
Well, captain's privilege, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't do much of the bat. I'm going to have a ball.
Yeah, I think there is some of that to it.
Yeah, Sibley's come out of slip now to a short mid-on. The mid-on's gone a bit wider.
I'd be surprised if he did it on a normal championship day.
Yes, yeah.
You'd be pretty cheesed off if you were Hannon Dalby.
Yes, he's going to use all his bowling resources. This is the last ball of his first over. And another forward defensive shot. Somerset now 27 for 1 after 15 overs. 4 runs this morning. Ben Green's first ball down to third man. The umpire's having a little chat now.
I'm not quite sure what they're talking about.
No.
Sadly, we haven't got a microphone to the umpires in this room. The next door Polly has. I'm sure she'll tell us if there's anything major going on.
Oh, I think they've got sunglasses on.
Is that it?
They both seem to put sunglasses on. Unless it's their normal glasses, and they felt they couldn't see the first 2 overs.
Well, all the better for wearing sunglasses, perhaps.
Yeah. Graham Lloyd at the far end picks up the sweaters, puts a pair of sunglasses on the back of his head.
Somerset Grockle, Mr. Paul Bird says, better inside than out, I would suggest. Hayne was the dissenter yesterday when the whole slip cordon and keeper were in woolly hats, except him. And side bottom leaves that through. Yeah, it's nice to see Paul in here yesterday. We had a few fans in and around the ground.
There's a couple more than yesterday, I think.
I guess been a weekend and white seats of the family stand and the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion that we're sat in down below us. The other 2 stands open for seating for this game.
Yeah. None of the people who have boxes are allowed in today, are they?
Tom Abel defends again. Ryan Sidebottom out to point. That seems to be the area that he's sort of... The ball's making him defend out towards point currently because he's bowling that little bit wide outside off stump. Abel's not necessarily looking to score through there, but just punching the ball out. Almost wide Yorkers, that sort of... Not quite Yorker length from Sidebottom, but he's fairly full and just outside off stump so far this morning. It's worked all right for him without the breakthrough yet. Right arm over the wicket from the river end and left by Tom Abel comfortably. The solid leave, he's got no need to play at that. Jack Brooks quite enjoying his net over there. It's an interesting sideshow. In between balls of the actual match, you can watch Paul Tweddle beat Jack Brooks' bat. Sidebottom comes in again to Tom Abel, who's still leaving that and comfortably taken. We got 3 keeping options in the Warwickshire side, we should mention. Benjamin keeps a bit, as well as the 2 frontline men, Burgess and Alex Davies, who signed from Lancashire in the off-season. But I interviewed Alex Davies last summer, and well, it was clear that he'd been told that he was joining Warwickshire as a specialist batsman and his keeping was a bonus, so he wouldn't be automatically taking the gloves off Michael Burgess, who's done quite well in recent years, since Tim Ambrose's retirement. But it's Sidebottom coming in, again left by Abel. Sidebottom's one of those names that doesn't quite fit on the scoreboard, so he's S''TTOM. Just if you're here and listening to this stream commentary as well as watching it live, you can work out that Sidebottom. Yes. So 1 more ball remaining in Sidebottom's second over of the morning, the 3rd of the day. Tom Abel, lovely straight drive, but well fielded off his own bowling by Ryan Sidebottom, the Victorian Warwickshire seamer, and he's bowled another maiden, so 2 maidens to start the day. He's an interesting fact for you. Ryan Nathan Sidebottom's younger brother, Steele, actually plays Aussie rules football for Collingwood. Being Victorian born, they love their AFL out there. It's sort of AFL first, cricket second in Melbourne and the Victorian area. But yeah, 2017 he joined Warwickshire and played a bit for Berkswell Cricket Club in the Birmingham District Premier League and came through the Warwickshire second team and has now made his name in the first team. So impressive little story. I do like these stories of how cricketers end up. We talked about Sam Hain yesterday, didn't we? From Hong Kong to Queensland to Birmingham. Ryan Sidebottom from Victoria to... And there's plenty of English internationals that have come from funny places around the world.
It's Rhodes again, playing a myth by Green.
Yeah, decent delivery that from Rhodes to cause Ben Green a little bit of trouble.
Yes. And umpire David Mills is having trouble with Rhodes' sweaters.
Yeah,
can't tuck him into his the loops at the back of his jacket.
He was struggling yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah. Perhaps the fact he's wearing gloves doesn't help. Oh, he's got it tucked in now. Well defended again by Green. The solitary slip looks to be standing a little bit wide of the keeper. It's second slip rather than first slip. There are 3 catches really. Second slip, silly mid off and silly mid on. Sibley seems to be chatting nicely to Tom Abel while they're waiting for the ball.
I do like seeing that, the social between two opposition players.
Oh, Green's favourite shot again. Deflect to third man. Picks up 2 this time. Takes him into double figures. But Tom Abel's having to stand fairly wide in the return crease so he can get round Sibley. There's a long silver train pulls into Taunton Station ahead in front of us, on its way to the southwest. Pushed there off the back foot down to Hannon Delby at mid-off. There are not many players sitting in the dugout there this morning. They're all staying in the warmth of the dressing room.
Don't blame them.
Another defensive shot by Ben Green.
Brooks going back to almost every ball from Paul Twadler and that's over towards the Somerset stand. He plays in unorthodox areas. He sort of pokes it over the covers quite regularly and he's almost practicing those shots.
As long as he pokes it over cover and not to cover. That's the last ball of Rhodes' second over. He's taken 0 for 6. Somerset are now 29 for 1 with Green on 10 and Abel on 13. Abel who hasn't scored this morning. Green has got all 6 runs in the 4 overs we've had.
So Ryan Sidebottom will continue from the River End. Great to see all of you guys joining us on YouTube. Thank you, Mike, for the mention of the Quantocks, how beautiful they look. And Prina Chak agrees with him. Gosh, the view above and beyond the CACG is just phenomenal. Quite right. And yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. Mike Unwin's done a lot of great work on the Somerset Museum website. I wrote an article for it, so did Martin Chandler and Annie Chave have written a few little articles on there. So do go and have a look on the Somerset Museum website. As Tom Abel drives gloriously straight down the ground off Ryan Sidebottom's over pitch delivery, and that's the best shot of the morning so far. We saw the edge from Ben Green for 4, and we now see Tom Abel adding to his overnight score of 13 with a glorious straight drive straight back to the sight screen. What a shot.
Yeah, looked very good. Effortless, just a push.
Both umpires having troubles with carrying all the different layers of the bowlers are giving them. And
well, we're not used to it as umpires. We haven't done it for a couple of years.
Sidebottom in again. This time he's full again, and this time controlled outside edge from Tom Abel. I wouldn't call that a genuine edge as in catching chance. It was wide of the second slip field. It was almost through backward point, wide gully. It was a soft-handed defensive shot, not quite in a controlled Kane Williamson, Joe Root manner, but gone to 4.
Yeah, all along the floor.
Absolutely, 4 runs down to wide third man. Tracy Hewitt says, "Morning. Is it warmer for you? Lovely in my sitting room here in Poole." We're warm enough in the box up here. We've got a few layers on between us.
A little more cloud around today, though, than there was yesterday. Out to the left of us, there's a few lumpy bits.
Ryan Sidebottom is back foot punch to point for no run by Tom Abel. Ryan Sidebottom just shining the ball, trying to get a bit of movement. And Tom Abel has got quite an open stance. He's sort of shaping up towards mid-on. Now he's closing a little bit as he sort of triggers in before the ball's bowled. And defends that 2 extra cover for no run. Couple more players walking down the boundary. I think it's Greg Kennis, and I would guess it'd be Tom Lammerby running behind the sight screen. He had his knock yesterday. Out LBW without scoring. He's going to have a bit more practice. He was in the nets for a long time, and Greg Kennis yesterday. He's going to have a bit more practice today, and hope that he's saving his runs for the season proper. You don't mind getting ducks in pre-season if you then make them count in the important games. Sidebottom in again to A1. This time, lovely back foot. What a good bit of fielding there.
Yeah,
diving to his right, a backward point.
That saved 3 runs.
Yeah, Chris Benjamin. We said he's a wicket keeper by trade as well as a batter, and he does so well to dive across and save that. I mean, they only just got to 1 really. Tom Abel absolutely crunched that. Would have been 4 in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, but great bit of fielding, keeps it to 1. Tom Abel on to 22 not out. Already got a few runs in pre-season, and great to see him back to fitness. He had a few issues. He left the big bash, just precautionary really.
They've now strengthened the offside field for Green. He got a gully in.
Yeah, he's been
and one's come from short mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's been a little bit edgy, so great to see Green now defending it straight into the offside for, or it should have been no run, but a missed field actually. Diving across was the cover fielder. Extra cover backed him up. They did get through. Alex Davies tried to intercept it one-handed. Tom Sibley backed him up, and they did get through for 1 run. We've got a bit of a hide-and-seek game going on this week. If you've been looking at the Somerset Twitter page, you might have noticed that Max Waller's been hiding in various locations across the southwest. So at 12 o'clock today, if you fancy 250 quid and a signed Max Waller T20 shirt, have a look on the Twitter page and the Somerset website, either or. Get involved. You've got 38 minutes to get on public transport or vehicle or your bike, or even on foot if you're near enough to one of the locations. Could it be Glastonbury Tor? Could it be St Michael's Mount? Could it be in Bath? Could it be... There's 6 different locations. Have a look on the website and the Twitter notification. We'll try and remind you in between overs before 12 o'clock. But have a look, get involved and see if you want to win the prize.
It's Will Rhodes again. Green pushes him through mid-wicket. 2 runs. Sorry, not Green, Tom Abel.
Was that all we wanted for Waller? Did I miss anything?
It's Ben Green again, into Abel. Firm push into covers, fielded by Alex Davis. He scored 17 runs this morning in just over 20 minutes. It's not bad going. Two fairly well-spaced slips, so 2nd and 4th slip. 3 saving 1 in the covers. Still got the 3 close catches. The 2 slips and short mid-on. Still only 1 on the boundary. Deep fine leg. Back foot defensive shot. Gone out to point. No attempt at a single. The shadows of the floodlit pylon have now left the pitch.
Will Smead now having a bat on the side pitches. Jack Brooks has been kicked out for the Premier batter. Doesn't look too happy, does he? Brooks trudging around the boundary with his arm guard on and his white sleeveless sweater. Will Smead's kicked him out. What about age before batting talent? Is that not a thing, I guess, in
Yeah,
that
well,
time?
he's had a bat now.
He's had his 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's longer than he thinks he's going to last out in the middle.
Will obviously thinks he needs the practice. Push to mid-on. No run, end of the over. Rhodes has now bowled 3 overs for 8 runs. Is it 8? Yeah.
Yeah, decent-ish from Will Rhodes. Not a frontline seamer, so he's done a decent job for Warwickshire so far this morning.
Having a chat with the umpire, standing there with his arms folded. Green on 10, Abel on 24, and Somerset on 40 for 1 of 19 overs.
There he is, that man we've been talking about. You can now see from home, you can see what we're talking about on the side of the pitch. Will Smead, right-handed batter. He's now had a decent winter at the PSL, but right side bottom comes into Tom Abel, blocks that into extra cover for no run, and a nice little throw to the wicket-keeper just to keep on his toes. Still the 2 slips in. Right side bottom from the Quantox end, from the river end, just in front of the Lord Ian Botham stand or the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. So wicket's over that way. He's a bit quicker there. He seems to bend his back more as he really forces that through. Tom Abel's happy to just leave it. No worries.
He's got a fairly long run now, isn't he?
Yeah, one of the longer run. Well, compared to Will Rhodes, I don't think it's going to be longish, I guess.
Yeah. Running from the middle of the advertising hoarding on the stuck to the pitch.
Yeah, the Cooper Associates County Ground. We should remind people also that if you don't want to sleep much tonight, the England ladies are playing Australia in the World Cup final. Early hours of tomorrow morning. Going to be free to air live. As we see a pull shot from Tom Abel. That's a rarity. I only counted 2 pull shots in the whole of yesterday. He's nailed that. I mean, you could almost get 6 here. It's quite a short boundary. That's fielded by Paul Tweddle off Will Smead's caged net.
The shot hit the nets.
Saved the moment to run all the way to the green seats of the Somerset stand. There's a 1 bounce 4. Nailed it.
It's Ben Green, isn't it?
Easy shot there. No, Tom Abel there with 4 runs to go on to 24. Scoreboard just needs to catch up a bit. As Tom Abel's on 24 not out. Green on 14. Tom Abel just wandering across the square leg, having a little refresher. Click his neck and loosen his shoulders a bit. Quite happy with that pull shot. Authoritative and no messing. You can tell a player's in nick when he nails a pull shot quite as well as that. Side bottom in again to Somerset skipper Abel. He leaves again. There's been a lot of leaving outside the off stump from Abel. Comfortably letting it through. Ryan Sidebottom's 32 actually, so broken into first class cricket quite late. We talked about his journey from Victoria via the Birmingham League into Warwickshire. Yeah. Actually worked as a sales representative with a sports uniform company a few years ago. So I do love these stories. You talk about Ian Wright in football and some of the men who come through from normal careers. They're just normal blokes who suddenly made it into the county cricket circuit late in their career. I think great stories. As we see another leave by Tom Abel. Right side bottom completes another over. He only got to England at 27, so very late to his first class career, and he's impressive. I think he's probably going to break through into Warwickshire's first team this year. With Ollie Stone seemingly quite injury prone. Not seeing Stone or Brooks of the Henry variety for Warwickshire this week. So Hannon Dolby and side bottom are the 2 main teamers. So Will Rhodes going to continue from the microscopic pavilion end. 35 on his back, Will Rhodes with a medium-ish run up, and that's a full ball to Ben Green and drives it to Oliver Hannon-Dolby at mid-off. Hannon-Dolby probably desperate to get ball in hand. What are we, half an hour into the morning's play, and they haven't given their Premier Fast over a bolt yet. Will Rose getting a little bit carried away with his captaincy experiment.
Yeah, it's Will Rhodes in again. Pushed by Green to mid-wicket. It's all very quiet here at Taunton. The spectators all well wrapped up in the corner there. Another defensive shot, bit of footwork by Will Rhodes. Kicking the ball up in the air.
Rhodes, of course, of Yorkshire formerly. Not quite. Do you remember Wilfred Rose of a century or so ago?
I've heard the name. Even at my age, I don't remember him.
Worth a try, Tony.
Yes, all my cricket is after the war, which is history to some people. And another dot ball from Will Rhodes.
Yeah, Wilfred Rose, a slow left armour. Will Rhodes, the right-handed bowler who bats left-handed, but only batted for 2 balls yesterday. Scored a century for England under-19s against Pakistan back in 2014.
Another defensive shot.
Yeah, Rose also had a little spell on loan at Essex. Chris Silverwood, Anthony McGrath were coaching him there, and then moved on to Warwickshire for the 2018 season, and then 400s in that first season was pretty good going, and then ended up getting the captaincy a couple of years later, and then county championship captain. He's risen through, done very well the last couple of years as Will Rhodes.
Yes. Another defensive shot.
You probably wouldn't.
End of the over.
You probably wouldn't expect him to bowl that much in the championship. His first-class bowling average is 28, not terrible. He's got 79 first-class wickets, but it's more about his first-class batting average is 35 and
change of bowling at the top end.
4,000 runs. So yeah, we're going to see Sidebottom have a little breather. I'm going to guess it's going to be Manraj Johal, and then Oliver Hannon-Dolby should probably be worth.
Yes.
Okay. Correctly guessed. Manraj Johal is going to change ends. He bowled from down below us yesterday. He's now going to bowl from the river end. So Ryan Sidebottom with his Clumpton-born mum is out of the attack, replaced by Manraj Johal, as we keep mentioning. I just think it's a phenomenal story I can't think of many people who've made their debut in a county championship final, or there haven't been many of them. The Bob Willis Trophy is a fairly new phenomena. And the experiment the last couple of years, he comes in right him over the wicket, and Tom Abel defends that into the offside. Born in Birmingham through and through. Johal is quite a tall man. Right arm fast, you'd call him. Not quite an Ollie Stone pace or Henry Brooks, as we mentioned before, but
quick enough early season.
Yeah, only 20 years old. He might add a bit of pace as he plays a bit more county cricket. That one looks a little bit quicker again. Tom Abel plays it comfortably though. Forward on sort of middle leg. Defends it back. No run. How long do you expect Somerset to bat for today, all being well? Tony, say they don't get all out. When would you expect a declaration?
Somewhere like mid-afternoon.
Yeah, have a little bowl before.
Somewhere before tea.
Have another bowl and then have the second innings.
Which they should get up somewhere near the Warwickshire score.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Glamorgan the other day surpass the total and then carry on batting. It's a bit of a weird stage of pre-seasoners. Tom Abel absolutely nails that into the leg side with a straight to deep square leg man. 5 yards either side, that's 4 runs, but an easy bit of fielding by Dan Mousley out on the leg side boundary in front of Will Smead's net. Just a 1 run.
Coming in for Ben Green.
Yeah, probably makes sense. Ben Green's not been convincing. He's sort of doing the Alex Lees or Dom Sibley role for England currently for Somerset, Ben Green. Allowing the Joe Root equivalent Tom Abel to play shots, I guess. There's been so much speculation about Joe Root's captaincy, and Tom Abel's doing a good job in Somerset, but we'll leave it at that for now as Joe Howard comes in again to Green, who's solid, good defensive stride. Punches the ball back. Yeah, Joe Howard only signed his professional contract in October 2020.
He looks a tidy bowler.
Yeah.
When he gains the experience.
You'd like to think after training with the Warwickshire Academy since under 11, there's plenty of time to be moulded and shaped into a county pro. This time it's leg side-ish from Ben Green, who tries to flick it through the leg side, doesn't manage to get bat on it. It's a leg bye. Comfortable leg bye. Actually played club cricket with Henry Brooks and Ethan Brooks, Joe Howe, for West Bromwich Dartmouth CC. And again, Abel leaves this one again. Comfortably left behind.
The fielders like that one. Skipper gave him a few little bits of applause for that ball.
He's got nice action, hasn't he, Joe Howe? You think?
Yes.
A lot of young men have injuries. Back injuries. Oh, that's over. We got a bit of a chat with the scorers. The umpires are struggling count to 6. Polly from next door is screaming at them, no, over. It's even on the board, it says 6 balls are gone.
Yeah.
Both umpires struggling. You wouldn't struggle to count to 6, would you, Tony?
No, I used to teach maths.
There you go. Should help. Polly's on the walkie-talkie.
But I have a little machine to help me.
Ah. There's a brief second delay between Polly pressing the button for the scoreboard to go through and the umpires are a bit impatient. They could count to 6, you'd have thought. But as I called it, we guessed it right. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going to come on from the just Gothic Pavilion end.
Hannon-Dolby wearing a numberless shirt, as he did yesterday. But we did notice the green flashes on the back of his boots yesterday. Well defended. Green's played that shot quite a lot this morning.
We've just had a lovely message in from Tracy Hewitt, who's watching from Poole. She says her grandson William is only 9 months old, but at his 3rd match, currently asleep in a pram by the benches at the Cooper Associates County Ground. What a lovely, lovely image that is. You'll have to send us in a picture of, can't be many 9-month-olds coming to watch a pre-season game in 1 degree.
No.
Get him into cricket area. I like that.
I think I played on this ground in one of the county knockout finals 25 years ago, and my grandson was then about 3 months old, and he came in his pram. Another defensive shot by Ben Green. And then Delby on the money straight away.
Yeah, slightly different challenges. 6'7" Hannon-Dolby is Slightly more threatening bowler than Will Rhodes.
Yes.
He'll be
He
offended.
should get a bit more bounce.
Yeah, Ben Green's got a bit of a challenge.
Still only the one boundary rider. 3 saving 1 on the leg side, 3 on the offside, just catching it slip. That's clipped through square leg.
Cracking shot. That's probably the
4
best
runs.
shot he's played on
Yes.
all innings, isn't it, Ben Green?
Yes.
He's had a couple of edges before.
Yeah, that's the
Unfortunate-
first one that's come off the middle.
Yeah, probably the first one in front of square as well.
Yes,
And it only just was, but nailed through square leg.
yes.
Cracking
The
shot.
fielders didn't move.
I was chatting to Ben Green after I played against him in the Devon Premier League last season, and he was saying how he actually really struggles in club cricket on not so good pitches. He'd much rather face better bowlers on better pitches. Yeah, which is an interesting thought.
Yes.
You'd have thought they'd find it easy in club cricket, but it's not just the pace of bowling.
Should have tried playing on some of the pitches I've played on.
I just thought it got me thinking really that he was struggling facing 60 mile an hour on a pitch that I thought was pretty good. You think, top Devon League pitches are pretty decent, but the difference between that and a professional wicket with full-time ground, 4 or 5 full-time groundsmen as opposed to maybe 1 volunteer ground, is streets apart, he was saying, and he'd rather face 80, 90, 85 mile an hour.
But these wickets are as hard as a rock, aren't they?
Yeah. And probably more normal actions than some of the weird actions you face in
Yes.
club cricket. Not that you don't get weird actions in the county
Pushed
game.
to short mid-wicket again.
But Hannon Derby's got quite a repeatable, solid action, hasn't he? You think?
Yeah.
He's been around for a while.
Yeah. Umpires and scorers all seem to agree that was an end of the over. And Somerset are now 51 for 1. Ben Green on 17, Tom Abel 27.
Yeah, Hannon Derby, another Yorkshire connection, born in Halifax. He's 32 years old. Been a good performer for Warwickshire for a while now. You can see on the screen now James Hildreth with his feet up, and Lachlan Stevens, the Australian new batting coach, assistant and batting coach. He's enjoying the Cooper Associates County Ground as Johal comes into bowl to Tom Abel. No run. Yeah, Bowler's a bit of a heavy ball, I guess. He's
He's a busy bowler.
yeah.
Runs in quickly. What it is to be young.
Comes in again and Abel's happy defending that.
Got a fast arm as well. A lot of seagull noise coming in over the effects mics.
Not quite as windy yesterday. They're not
No.
battling through the wind as much. They're
No.
enjoying themselves. Lovely shot by Tom
Beautiful
Abel.
shot.
Driven through mid-wicket for 4. No chance with Dan Mousley at deep square leg. And Tom Abel in fine form so far this morning. He's on to 27 not out, and there's not a lot you can do to stop that. It's only slightly straying onto the pads. Almost a leg stump half volley, but gloriously played. 2 glorious shots we've seen from Tom Abel, the straight drive and now the on drive. Jonathan Trott-esque. Morning to WizKid1946 on the YouTube stream. Gordon Avery as well, as we see Tom Abel dotted to extra cover. Gordon Avery particularly enjoyed that pull shot from Tom Abel. Yeah, the pull shot, the straight drive and that on drive. Three of the best from Tom Abel this morning.
Yes. And Green shot, the square leg was a good one too.
Yes. We've got a few other cricket games going on today. We've got the South Africa-Bangladesh Test match. New Zealand beat the Netherlands this morning in ODI. All sorts of cricket going on around the world as Tom Abel's back and defends it. Warwickshire man Colin de Gondon was, of course, in action. Sodhi as well, former Warwickshire chap. They were playing against the Netherlands. It's great to see the likes of New Zealand playing against the Netherlands. Who I like to see some of the smaller international nations get to play against some of the big boys.
That's the only way they're going to improve.
Absolutely. Joe Howe with Seagulls screeching around, and Tom Abel this time drives, not perfectly elegantly, but he perfectly places it in the gap. That was all about placement rather than aesthetic timing. In between cover and point, and another 4 runs. And well, I shouldn't say it too soon, but Abel's looking as good as Hayne was yesterday, I'd say now.
Yes.
The two standout batters of this
He
match
looks
so
a
far.
fast batsman.
Absolutely.
Which we know he is.
.50 partnership between Green and Tom Abel. 7 extras on the innings so far. They're 59 for 1 after 24 overs, and Green's not had to do much of the batting, but just stay there for Tom Abel.
Yes.
That's all we need to do.
Green scoring at less than a run and over. 17 of 24 overs.
But plenty of time, and it's just giving Tom Abel the freedom.
Another leave. The ball not necessary to play. An opening batsman always knows when to leave the ball. One of the prerequisites. Dolby coming from Hannah Dolby from his long run. Starts with a little skip. Good length on the stumps, defended and fielded at mid-on. Still only one boundary rider, deep fine leg. Half a dozen people saving a single. It's down to deep fine leg just for a single.
A little bit overcast, but still fairly sunny around.
Yeah.
Not much swing. We haven't seen a massive amount of swing, have we, so far in this game?
No. Maybe too cold. Tom Abel pushes it to mid-on. No attempt at a run. Slips with their hands in their pockets. Must be getting cool again.
Could put a feeling where Dom's still be there at mid-wicket.
It was noticeable. As Han and Dolby came into bowl then, both slips almost in unison took their hands out of their pockets at the same time. Keep them warm as long as possible. There are now 2 boundary riders on the leg side. One just backward square, one at fine leg. That one left, end of the over. The score is 60 for 1. Green on 18, Abel on 35.
Yeah, one last reminder, 12 o'clock, Max Waller is at one of the 6 locations. Go on the Somerset website, the Somerset Twitter. And if you can get to one of those 6 locations, if you happen to live near one of those 6 locations, get there in the next 10 minutes. Well, ideally, be the first one there from 12 o'clock. You might have a race with other people trying to get the £250 and the signed Max Waller Somerset shirt. Bit of a where's Waller, where's Wally game. Even if you can't get to one of them, have a little go at some of the pictures. Bit of a laugh as Ben Green defends Joe Howell into his foot a little bit. Not completely middled, but keeps it out. Not out. Bit of excitement for the Warwickshire fielders. They've still only got the 2 slips in.
Yeah, deep squares coming back in. Just keep the umpire company. There's still a deep fine leg down just below us here.
Will Smead's had enough of batting the nets. He's going to have a breather. Ben Green, nice shot that from Ben Green. Kane Williamson-S just punches it late into the offside. Yes. Very controlled through the third man region. He's hit a few hedges down there he wasn't in control of, but that was very much controlled for 2. Back foot defensive, sort of lean, late dab. Wonder if we're going to go and see Smead put his whites on.
He's not officially in the squad for today, is he?
No. Ben Green defends that forward, so no, it doesn't look like he's going to take a part in this match. He's just going to keep practicing on the grass. It's hard to work out quite what's going on with these pre-season friendlies, how they choose the 15 from the 19 or so that are available.
Yes.
And the subs come on and off like yo-yos, really.
It's difficult to keep track of it sometimes, isn't it?
There's probably 19 fit Somerset players around the ground. Peterson and Will Smead, as we said, not involved, but either could be next week at Hampshire away in Southampton. Green solidly in behind this and defends that to cover for no run.
One assumes Peter Siddle will be playing in Southampton.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him in a Somerset shirt. I'm looking forward to watching the likes of him and David hit the new ball. Gregory and, well, Overton when he's back and fit. And Brooks as well. Plenty of seam bowling options for Somerset this year.
Yes.
Not to mention the young lads coming through.
And then you've got Jack Leach, Van der Merwe, and Lammonby, all adding left arm spin.
Joe Howell into Green, who defends that into the offside for no run. Still free entry if you want to come. If you're listening to the stream thinking, oh, it's warming up now, why don't you come along to the Cooper Associates County Ground? Come and join us. Come down and watch any time from now until 6 o'clock today or tomorrow. Make the most of it. As Green back foot punches this for 4. It doesn't need to. He has run. He's shot it through to the other end. Some of these batsmen are a bit funny, but he doesn't actually tap his bat down. Some batsmen like to run through and tap the bat and then go back, but he runs 3/4 of the way and then fist pumps Tom Abel.
Have a little exercise.
Yeah. Keep himself warm.
Yeah.
Again, that was more about the placement. It wasn't magnificently timed. It didn't need to be. Placed in a gap. Quick enough bowling to run away on a short boundary, quick outfield, easy 4 runs between point and cover.
Take the Green to 24. Abel still on 35 and Somerset now 66 for 1. It's still Hannon Dolby from the Trescothic Pavilion end, with 2 fielders out on the square leg, 1 at square leg, 1 at fine leg, 5 saving 1. That one just left by Abel outside the off stump. No shot necessary. And then Dolby again. Beautiful straight drive by Abel. Not gonna. Yeah, just had enough power to reach the boundary. Good fall.
You got to say that's probably up there with the 4 best shots by Tom Abel this morning. 2 straight drives, the pull shot, the on drive.
Beautiful straight bat when he played it.
Yeah, highlights reel in the making from Tom Abel.
Yes.
Sure, we'll have something clipped up later. I'm sure.
In the coaching class.
Masterclass.
Warwickshire were excited with that one, but we just plain leave from Tom Abel. They obviously thought it was going quite close to the stumps. With Derby's height, they can leave on length. Another Tom Abel leave, bat high in the air, taking no risks. Wait for the ball that can be hit, then hit it. And a repeat of the shot, or non-shot. Bat high in the air. Ball through to Burgess. And we'll do it all again. 1 ball left in the over. This is the 14th over of the morning. The over finishes with an immaculate 4 defensive shot to mid-off. Somerset 70 for 1. Green still on 24. Abel advanced to 39 of the 27 overs we've had so far. 13 last night, 14 this morning. So we're well on course for bowling 15 overs in the hour.
Yeah, it's been a decent over rate so far, which is probably inevitable in a pre-season friendly. They're not going to spend ages tinkering with fields. No. It's not roasting hot that you're going to need regular drinks breaks. For anything, you're going to need
a coffee break, perhaps.
Well, yeah.
Or hot chocolate.
So it's going to be Manraj Johal continuing from the river end into Ben Green, who nudges that into leg side. It possibly could have been a 1. Dan Mounsley runs around from square leg with 3 men pouncing on it. Not worth the risk. That's probably a white ball 1, not a red ball 1.
Yes.
3 men closing in on that. And not worth the risk as Mounsley picks it up cleanly and it's a dot ball.
All close catchers have their hands in their pockets again.
Johal into Ben Green, who leaves that outside the off stump, and that's taken comfortably. That's a dot ball. Worth mentioning that Ed Pollock, formerly of Warwickshire, he's going to be playing for Worcestershire this summer. Worcestershire made a few signings. They're going to have Colin Munro as well as Moen Ali, Ed Pollock, and Brett D'Oliveira, some big names playing for them. We mentioned Adam Hose the other day, former Somerset man. But yeah, Pollock rejoins Worcestershire, the 26-year-old left-handed opener. That was announced last year, and he's on a 2-year deal at Worcestershire. Sorry. It's a bit of movement around the counties in the off-season as Ben Green defends Manraj Johal straight back to the bowler. We're going to see Ben Warren. Well, we're not going to see. We're going to hear Ben Warren in the commentary box soon. End of the over, he'll do a substitution. Umpire Tony Pomeroy is going to be replaced by Ben for the next passage of play.
Club cricket, mate.
Yes, the Middlesoy mates, isn't it?
Yep.
Joe Howell into Green, who defends that into the offside for no run. Yeah, I'm sure Ben's going to talk to us a little bit more about where Max Waller might possibly be, and if anyone's found him yet. It's just ticked over to 12 o'clock. Not just football focused start, but 12 o'clock on this Saturday means where's Waller? So I'm sure we'll have an update on that in a sec.
Get the priorities right.
Hannon Dolby's gone for a sleeveless sweater down below us. Down at fine leg, it's in between overs. I guess he's warming up. There's talk about his long run up. Plenty of blood flowing through his long legs.
Mm.
Joe Howell is defended by Green into the offside. I was reading about Ian Westwood, the second team coach at Warwickshire, was saying about Joe Howell when he signed his contract, how he worked particularly hard through the winter, extra sessions, and really dedicated to his strength and conditioning. You think for a young bowler, a young fast bowler particularly, so injury prone, so to make it to the top, you've really got to be so disciplined with your rehab, your stretches, your exercises. So many talented young fast bowlers miss so much time out injured, like Henry Brooks and Ollie Stone for Warwickshire, like Sonny Baker for Somerset. It's sad to see, but sometimes they can be helped, sometimes it can't, as Joe Howell is defended by Green at the offside. And that's the end of another decent over by Joe Howell. That's 70 for 1 after 28 overs, and we'll do a bit of a commentary swap. I'll keep talking to you as Ben takes Tony's seat to my left. Ben's first appearance in the commentary box for the season, the man behind the media and communications and all the social media stuff that we love to read. Keep commenting in on the YouTube stream, of course. Excellent camera work, guys, from WizKid. Thanks for that. Gordon Avery, lovely straight drive. Lady B echoes those sentiments. So I'll keep commentating from the river end, and I'll leave you to Ben Warren from the Marcus Scotland Pavilion end.
Hello, Harry.
Great to have you with us.
Great to be here. Afternoon, everyone.
So, do we have an update on where's Waller?
Well, it's now 12 o'clock, so yeah, Max Waller is in location. The location remains a secret, so yeah, one of those 6 locations.
Is anyone driving from one to the other to the other?
There's been lots of buzz on social media, so I'm intrigued to see. So we got Jonathan, one of our commercial team, is with Max. So as soon as someone finds him in one of those locations, I shall get a WhatsApp off Max and Jonathan and say we've got our winner, and we can reveal the Vitality Blast shirt for this year. And it's a really nice shirt. Got it in front of me, actually.
Oh, I got a sneak preview. Looks very nice.
But these two batted well this morning, haven't they?
Yeah, it just looks solid, don't they? Ben Green sort of gone through a sticky patch and worked really hard. And you like that from an opener, don't you? A bit of grit, a bit of determination, and looking a bit more confident and flowing a bit better now. Got a keeping half an eye on, dare I mention it, I'm keeping half an eye on Josh Butler. He's on 83 not out in the IPL, and Dan Kingdom makes a lovely point. Murali Kartik commentating on Kieran Pollard bowling at Josh Butler in the IPL. It's 10-11 Somerset reunited. Remember those glory days.
I've got some breaking news.
Oh, well, that was quick. 12:01.
I've just had a WhatsApp from Max Waller.
12:01. He's not even been there very long.
I've just had breaking news here on the Somerset live stream. I've just had a WhatsApp from Max Waller, and I can exclusively reveal he's in Bath Abbey, and he's got a winner of the shirt.
Look at that.
A winner of a shirt. So what we'll do, guys, is we'll
Smiling faces. Look at that.
We'll get these on social media and we'll get that Vitality Blast shirt.
Well, that didn't
all
last
announced.
long.
It didn't last 4 minutes.
I thought you'd be talking about that for an hour.
We were
Ben.
worried. We were wondering how long. We thought Max might still be there later on this afternoon in the cold, but
I thought Max was going to start playing Bath Abbey cricket. He might have having to get his leg spin out while he's waiting.
Bath Abbey was the secret location, everyone. And I can reveal, yeah, he has been found. Wes Waller has been...
Very prompt. Easy, there you go.
Wasn't expecting it to be quite that quick.
Max can be here by 12:30, 1 o'clock.
The Somerset faithful have come through again.
What we want to know now is how many people went to the other 5 locations. Can we find out?
Yeah.
Tweet us in if anyone's gone all the way to St Michael's Mount.
If you're on your way to St Michael's Mount, you might want to turn around.
Yeah, hopefully you've got us on in the car on the radio. So, end of a decent Oliver Hannon Dolby. While we were getting excited about Max Waller, there was a bit of cricket going on below us. Hannon Dolby was bowling to Ben Green and Tom Abel, who are both, well, Green's 24 not out, Abel's 39 not out, 70 for 1 after 29 overs. Hannon Dolby did have that awful 5 wides at the start of his bowling innings, but 6 maidens in his 10 overs is a pretty decent record. He's got that height, that back of a length delivery that's hard to get away, and no, it's going to be a change of bowling. Ah, I haven't seen this lad bowl before, I must confess. It's a young man, Shay Simmons, is going to bowl for Warwickshire, taking over from Manraj Johal. It's always exciting to see a new bowler. Got very excited about, we mentioned it earlier, Sonny Baker, Ned Leonard had come through for Somerset last year. Now for Warwickshire, Shay Simmons, young fast bowler. Right him over the wicket, only 18 years old. Played a lot for Warwickshire second 11. Well, not a lot, but a little bit, I should say. Shay Brandon Simmons, and he starts with a dot ball to Ben Green. Yeah, and very little action actually for Warwickshire. He's played 2 second 11 games against Glamorgan and against Northants. Didn't even bowl against Northants second 11 in May last year, and got 0 for 21 against Glamorgan on the 31st of May. So that's all I can find in a bit of research about the man, that he's defended by Ben Green into the offside. The match was rained off. His debut for the Warwickshire second 11 was rained off after very little play. And the second game he played, 0 for 21. In a 20 over game. Did not bat and came on to bowl quite late in the way. Was a third choice bowler, but only bowled 1 over for his 21 runs. Who's smashed around a bit. Nick Selman scoring 100 in that game, so 0 for 21 off 1. He'd be looking to improve that as Ben Green smokes him through the leg side. A pull shot, rocks back and whacks that in front of Dan Miles. Leaves a deep square leg. Greg Kennis and Paul Tweddle give him a round of applause as they pause between their sidearm action in the net. Yeah, so Shay Simmons 1 over for the second 11. Went for 21 runs, so the only way is up for the young lad. Hopefully he's got a bit of confidence and happy to come through. That 1 second 11 game he played, Carlos Brathwaite batted at number 4. I mean, Carlos Brathwaite playing a second 11 game slightly takes the mick, didn't it? 116 off 54 balls he got that day. And this time, Shay Simmons sees Ben Green leaving it. Same game, so as I said, Nick Salmon got 107 off 60 balls. So second 11 T20 with a lot of runs scored. In Birmingham is Shay Simmons' only previous appearance, so he's got his chance. What can we see from him? He's got 2 slips. Mid-off, cover point. Catching short mid-wicket is the interesting field placement here, as Ben Green goes up on his toes and defends that into the offside for no run. Good bit of pace from Shay Simmons so far. He's got a UK passport. He was on a trial with the second 11 last year. Barbadian born. He was dubbed as a new Jofra Archer, apparently, but he's only 17, 18, and he's got a long way to go yet, but it's exciting for him. A bit Alzari Joseph in his action, if you ask me. A bit slingy as he fires up and down quite quickly outside Ben Green's off stump. Recommended to pull far brace by fellow Barbadian Otis Gibson. Hence his trial last year for the Warwickshire second 11. Comes from Combermere School, which has produced some pretty decent players over the years. Craig Brathwaite, current Windies captain, Chris Jordan, Wes Hall, even Rihanna attended the same school, so it's pretty decent company. I'm not sure if he's much of a singer, Shay Simmons. We'll have to, if we get him interviewed after the game, we'll have to ask him. I do love hearing the stories of Rihanna in the West Indies team, but Hannon Dolby's going to continue from the Scothic Pavilion end. Bit of a stifled appeal there. Tom Abel just, well, he left it, but nearly left his back there too long.
These two have batted nicely, haven't they, today? I think this warm-up game's a slight more. It's got slight more intensity about it, hasn't it, than the previous two? So it's a very good pitch. Kudos to Scott Hawkins and his team of ground staff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's done well the last so many days.
Yeah,
she's on it, isn't it?
Day 7 now of this pitch. To prepare that in March and heading into April was a tremendous effort.
Yeah, cracking. Other pre-season action around the grounds today. Luke Wells has gone to 50 for Lancashire. Essex are also in action. As Abel sort of tries to drive that through the covers, but doesn't get the middle of the bat. Yeah, Alistair Cook retired overnight on 31. Essex playing Middlesex. Tom Wesley got 22, Walter 18. But retiring on 31 seemed a little bit daft. I mean, I know it's Alistair Cook and everyone knows how good he is, but you thought you'd give him a bit more chance than 31, surely. I mean, Hayne getting to 66 seemed appropriate. Get you 50, a bit longer after. I mean, Tom Abel's near in that range. I shouldn't put the mockers on him, but that man Abel looking comfortable against Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Drives through the leg side. There is a man out there. Shay Simmons is now capless, fielding up deep square leg. It seems a bit risky to field with no cap in the sunshine. Keeps it to 1 run.
You don't want to put the mockers on Tom, but he's played really, really well this pre-season, hasn't he? Played really, really solidly. Looks like he's lining the ball up really nicely.
Does that make him your top run scorer in the WPA Predictions League?
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to enter the WPA Predictions League.
But if you were to.
If I was able to.
If you were able to. Was that deliberate fun? Shay Simmons is now up at the sort of short square leg, orthodox square leg on the single to Ben Green. He keeps that to a dot ball.
So at the end of the over, I can exclusively reveal. You guys at home might have seen it on social media already, but I've got a photo of Max from Bath Abbey.
What's he up to in Bath now, Maxwell? Now he's got an early finish to his job. Is he going to be chilling out in Bath for a bit, spending a bit of time with the fan who's won it? It was a great shot by Ben Green, but good bit of diving, fielding from the mid-on man, and a bit of a poor throw, but it's going to be a dot ball to Ben Green. Tom Abel says no run. Yes, have a look on your screens now, and you're going to see.
Yeah, just two seconds. Just
Ben's whirring away next to me. Bit of magic coming up.
Taking its time top load.
That's all right. We'll continue with Shay Simmons' second over. I'll keep talking to you about this young man who we know little about, to be honest with you. We've seen obviously Archer and Jordan come from Barbados and represent England, but here we go. Here's the picture.
We go. Here's Max. Live pictures from Bath Abbey. Max Waller has been found.
Back to Shay Simmons from the river end to Tom Abel then. Tom Abel defends that into the offside for no run.
We're just trying to find the winner's name, but here he is with our new T20 shirt. Full photo galleries now on our Facebook and Twitter, but
I like the way he's even got a Somerset jumper on.
He's done well. He's done well.
Yeah, look at that. He'd take that off and have a Somerset shirt underneath. I was wearing my T20 shirt from 4 or 5 years ago yesterday, but should probably have to replace it with a new one now, won't I? Simmons into Abel, blocked on the offside. Yeah, my Tim Groeneveld T20 shirt's a bit outdated, isn't it? He was a great player. I do miss him, but
yeah, now working at our ground naming right partners, Cooper Associates.
A few little connections there, aren't there?
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll see, Somerset fans will see plenty of Tim over the course of this summer. We've already tried to line him up for a couple of commentary
I was about to say, I'm sure you've got in his ear.
It was the first thing I mentioned to him. Wasn't he?
When's he on? When's he coming?
Well, I think he's going to be doing a few lunch break bits and pieces when he's on his lunch break from over the road. So yeah, great to catch up with him over the winter.
Nice. And talking of another of Somerset's favourite sons, who's now sadly no longer playing with us, Josh Butler's on 96 not out, having hit Karen Pollard around a bit in the IPL. If you happen to be second screening, wouldn't normally encourage too much outside cricket when we're concentrating on Somerset, but when it's Josh Butler, we allow ourselves to indulge in the local lad success. As Tom Abel, it's not got an inside edge yet, but the first time we've seen him beaten there, Shay Simmons, we say he's pretty quick. Bit of Alzari Joseph in his action, being talked about as a new Jofra Archer, but that did look like both those West Indian quick bowlers there. Quick through Tom Abel, in between the hip and the inside edge of his bat, and
swap ball.
good take, yeah. Coming through quickly. He got 10 for 16 from 5.3 overs in under 15s Barbados game. It's not bad, is it? Ayaz Patel, eat your heart out, I guess. This time, though, he's short, and Tom Abel pulls it. Well placed, but Dan Mousey's going to dive round to deep backward square leg. There are 2 men back. Hannon Dolby at fine leg. Mousey at square leg, and there's only 1 run to Tom Abel. Even with a short boundary, you've got to really nail it to get in between those 2 fielders. Yeah, 10 for 16 from 5.3 overs, and only 2 of the runs he conceded came off the bat. That's Simmons for Barbados under 15s. The Franklin Stevenson Academy.
Slightly more pleasant conditions today than it was yesterday. It's still very cold, but the wind's died down a lot, hasn't it? Which is just made things slightly more bearable.
-1 when you arrived here this morning.
Yeah, it was. It was my reading -1 on my my weather app this morning as I entered the ground.
I always look at the feels like to work out how many jumpers and how many hats and scarves I need to pack.
Just had some more updates from Bath. Our winner's called Ben.
Another Ben.
Congratulations, Ben. Won the shirt and £250 voucher.
Not bad, eh?
Not bad for a trip to Bath.
Decent 1 minute's work.
Decent 1 minute's work. Who's opening the batting for you on Thursday? Somerset.
Tricky. I think it's got. I'd have said Lammerby and Green, and then when Renshaw arrives, I'd have probably pushed Green out, which seems harsh for Renshaw to open when Renshaw arrives. But if Green gets another big, well, not another, gets a big score today, and Lammerby's got the duck, it kind of goes down to the second innings, I would say. Depending on, well, you probably still open with the 2 of them. Fine for Thursday is the answer to your question, but you got to see Renshaw at the top of the order, in my opinion, when he arrives. So it's a tricky one. Let's see.
That's well bowled.
Change in bowling from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end was Oliver Hannon Dolby. Now we're going to see Will Rose, the skipper, back into the attack, which is a bit of an odd move, bit of a sideways move. I think The batter who's a part-time bowler, why does he keep holding himself? I know he's captain, but Helen Dobby was bowling pretty well.
Yeah, it's a good ball first up, though.
Yeah. He's going to prove me wrong, isn't he? He's going to bring himself and Matt Lamb on, and the 2 part-timers are going to do all the damage here, you reckon? Thought Ryan Sidebottom might be tried from this end, but he's been using the river end so far this morning. Nice little one tucked into leg side by Tom Abel. Maybe Rose has just taken a leaf out of Tom Abel's book. Tom Abel bowled particularly well as a batter. He's really improving his bowling, and now Rose is doing the same. I guess there are other options to open the batting. Are you allowed to divulge your opinion on this, Ben?
I think Ben Green's done very well. I think Ben Green looks as if he's got the spot for Thursday.
As you say, there he plays a lovely shot into leg side. Simmons, bit harsh. The man who's bowling from one end is now charging around at mid-wicket, 2 balls in a row. He's not allowed to rest in the long grass at fine leg. Joe Howell's down there. Simmons is running around. Young lad, I'm sure he's okay. He's now deep square leg for Tom Abel.
I guess the question is around Renshaw and where he's going to play. I mean, I know in Australia he's been playing more in the middle order. But when he was here before, he was obviously opening with would have been Trez back then, wouldn't it? I think.
Yeah, was it that?
2018.
Two left-handers? Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Abel was back opening for a bit then, sort of either side of it. But yeah, it would have been Trez most of the time, wouldn't it? The 2 left-handers together. I'll always remember that Yorkshire day. I was here for that. Off the mark with the 6, 50 with the 6, 100 with the 6. Ridiculous ball striking from Matt Renshaw.
He played beautifully, didn't he? And he played brilliantly well for Somerset when he was here, and not only on the field, he was a fantastic addition off it. He was brilliant value with all his media commitments. Really took to life in Taunton well. I think at the time we were always hopeful that he would return at some point. Yeah, great that it's going to be. He's got a little bit more experience this year.
Bit of a character, isn't he?
Very much so.
A few comments on the YouTube stream. FSM is the dog says, is it thermal undie weather there? Not quite. There weren't so many bobble hats today, so maybe yesterday was the thermal underwear and bobble hats day.
It was the wind yesterday, wasn't it? I think that was the. It is still cold.
And Amy Matthews, you're correct. You did hear a Polly laugh in the background then. She's been having a bit of a chuckle at the umpires, struggling counting to 6 this morning. She is definitely a lovely lady, as Lynn Webb said. So, and thanks, Lynn Webb also says, wasn't expecting comms today, so that's a pleasant surprise. Well, always here to help and surprise you positively, we hope. So, glad you're enjoying it. Morning to 9 Lives Brian as well.
Yeah, so we're really looking forward to. So this is obviously our first friendly with comms. As many people will have seen on the website, we recently announced our full lineup of commentators for the season proper. So we're excited to welcome everyone back, and it's great to catch up with Sophie and Stephen yesterday.
Yeah, Sophie had a cracking debut, didn't she, yesterday?
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she was really keen to get involved in the commentary, and yeah, delighted to welcome her in. So, yeah, we've got a really strong team, and we'll be complementing that with guests throughout the summer, and hopefully now that the COVID restrictions have eased up a little bit, we can invite players up to the box, you know, when they're not batting or in the field, coaches. And so we were a little bit hampered over COVID in terms of bubbles and what we couldn't do. So we should see a lot more players and coaches get involved on the commentary this year, which is exciting.
Yeah, I was like getting last year we had Steve Kirby with Keith Parsons, didn't we? We had some great guests come on. I really enjoyed speaking to the current players and coaches and having a chat with them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have Vic Marks pop on a couple of times as well, so we're hoping to get Vic back at various points throughout the summer. And
maybe some players as well when they're not. We had Jack Brooks a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, Jack's keen. Jack,
he loves it, doesn't he?
Loves it. And I think a lot of a lot of the Somerset team will enjoy commentating with Peter Trigo, and he's
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a stint with Triggs in a couple of weeks.
yeah, we're delighted to have Triggs back. It just made complete sense to bring him back to the.
There'll never be a dull passage of play with Pete Trigo on air, will there?
I mean, he's done a lot of work with BBC and TMS. So yeah, just made great to have a Somerset legend back involved with the club, really.
I'm hoping you're going to arrange a commentary team net at some point, commentary team indoor game or something.
We certainly need to have some. We did a few challenges over the last couple of years with the commentary team, but
Need to get Pete Trigo steaming in to nick us off. I don't know if it'd be safe to get us bowling at him and then whacking it back at us, but
well, the famous one was we had Charlie Taylor, who's on our team as well this year. Charlie Taylor had I remember giving him high catches on the outfield a couple of years ago, and he did really well. And I think the standard of the commentary team, and if we played an indoor tournament, would be pretty high, really. This
to
year.
get a decent six-a-side team.
Not the worst cricketer in the world, are you, Harry?
Wow, yeah, I shouldn't say too much, should I? Wait and see in a couple of weeks, but I can't wait to get going again.
Trigo and obviously Sophie and
Yeah, what's the batting order in that team?
Sam Darling can slog a few, can he?
Yeah, I'm not sure where. Well, I don't know where we fit into that. You got to have Trigo and Luff opening the batting, surely.
They'd certainly bring the more sort of professional experience than potentially what Taylor, Everett, Lamb and.
Yeah, what's Stephen Lamb's cricketing pedigree? Where does he fit in?
Not too sure.
We should have asked him yesterday.
That's what played.
Nice drive from Ben Green. 1 run to the wide mid-off man. Good diving stop from Manraj Chahal. Yeah, you've been playing a bit indoors, haven't you? Is your indoor season gone?
Yeah, we the Somerset office team is on its 3rd consecutive Taunton business local indoor cup.
How many Tom Lammonby guest appearances this year?
No, none. It was purely office staff
Was
and
it?
people that worked for the club. Yeah, we take part in this indoor local league.
Is that a Cooper, Warren, Bishop top 3?
So Spencer doesn't play. Our press officer Spencer doesn't play.
That's a shame.
Has been tried to convince, but no joy. But yeah, myself and Dan Cooper, our marketing manager, we take the reins on that one.
Nice. Who else have we got involved?
A couple of people from our catering department.
Great. Where he's just defended by Green.
Gordon Hollins, our chief exec, played a game.
Oh, great stuff.
Yeah, look,
What's he like with the bat and ball in hand?
enjoys it. Yeah. Yeah, good little player. Scott Hawkins, the ground staff,
nice.
been involved. Yeah, it's great.
It's great to get all the different teams
Yeah,
together,
yeah,
isn't it? Not
absolutely.
just the
Yeah,
media
yeah.
or marketing team. You've got the ground staff, you've got the CEO.
Yeah, we're a cricket club, so it makes sense to
Yeah.
do some social cricket.
I'll wait till you're short for 6 and beg you for the nod sometime next winter.
Well played.
Oh, Ben Green, that
Yeah,
is...
that's
That, to be fair, he had about a 2-inch gap between the stumps and Matt Lamb, who's a very short mid-wicket. There's a short mid-wicket literally right next to the strip, as well as a square of short mid-wicket. And to beat that man and go for 4 was sublime placement, timing and power from Ben Green, straight down the ground for 4.
You see on the replay there, really nicely timed. He has looked really solid today, Ben Green. I know, I think he's really tried to concentrate on occupying the crease, and it's a great opportunity for him to get past 50 and to really give himself the best possible opportunity to be in form for and in the side on Thursday, because the conditions down at the Aegeus Bar, I saw the weather, the long-term weather forecast doesn't look superb. So
it's going to be tricky batting down there, I thought.
yeah, I saw an interview on Hampshire with Carl Abbott, but I'm not sure if Abbas is. I'm assuming he has arrived.
The
But
2 most feared, deadly opening partnership, isn't it?
it's going to be a
Abbott and Abbas.
going to be a challenge, isn't it? I think that's one of the challenges of when you look around the county circuit. Abbott and Abbas. And
when you get past them two, you can then get Keith Barker coming on to bowl.
yeah,
He's got a lot of wickets for
Good
Warwickshire
side.
over the year. Former footballer, of course, as well.
But you got to with the Division 1 now set up as it is, you're going to have to tackle these challenges, from ball one, which might well be very well ball one.
Lovely shot, Gordon Avery. Enjoy that drive from Ben Green. And yeah, Nine Lives Brian says a few years back remembers the joke commentaries on the coach. That was Renshaw, yeah. Having a bit of a laugh on the bus to the away games. Sure, there'll be a bit more social media interaction with Renshaw this summer coming. As Andy Hurry and Jason Carrigan left the boundary. Sarge is obviously in his shorts as he always is. Pretty hardy man. He's not worried by a bit of 2nd of April chill. And that's the end of a decent-ish over from about Will Rhodes. Sorry, the great shot by Ben Green, just ending it. Yeah, William Michael Harry Rhodes. What a name that is for a cricketer. He's captain. He's going to continue with Shay Simmons from the far end, the river end. We've got about 29 minutes left before the lunch interval, which tended to be pretty prompt yesterday. No messing about. The umpires will take them off about 1 o'clock when the over finishes. Ben Warren's Indoor Cricket League stats going across the top of the screen. You haven't put that up, have you?
I haven't put that up, no. I think Dan, the director's
he's having a good time with
my
that.
fellow
I've only just noticed that.
comms team. What is
Needs
this actually
time.
accurate?
Well, I doubt he's made it up, has he? Yeah, it's accurate, yeah.
Oh, there we go. 3 matches. I played more than 3 matches, surely.
Average 62, strike rate 155. Ben, talk us through it. 3 league fixtures.
I've just been told these are just the league fixtures.
You got even more in friendlies, did you?
Wow. Well, yeah, 62 average strike. Yeah, you take that, wouldn't you?
How many runs in total in the 3 games?
Probably 62.
Was it not out, was it, every time?
I don't know how the indoor cricket, if you get out because you lose runs, don't you?
Is it not a retire on 25 job in this league?
I think you just bat for 4 overs.
Okay. Shot by Tom
Shot.
Abel, pulled. There is a man back there. It's only going to be 1 run, but he did nail that pull shot off Shay Simmons.
He's picking up length really early, isn't he, Tom? At the moment, you can.
Do you think he gained from having a bit of extra time here the last couple of months? You've obviously seen him around here a fair amount, not playing in the Big Bash. Has that helped his game or his mindset?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these are great opportunities for Tom, to increase his stature in world cricket and to gain, continue his ascension in terms of reputation and his T20 game. But there's no doubt that, as captain of the club, he would have benefited from being around for the last couple of months and being amongst the group. So, yeah, I think, Tom absolutely loves this environment, and he's championed the culture of the club over the last 4 or 5 years, along with the likes of Jason and Andy Hurry. So, sometimes it is as captain balancing out your needs versus the teams. And yes, I think if he'd gone to the PSL and played more in the Big Bash, then he would have, I'm sure, done brilliantly well. And it would. But I think, yeah, just him being around the group he's the leader. He's what people he's the guy people look up to. So,
Batting superbly here of his captain leader Tom Abel, and that's going to be at least 1 into leg side. They're going to push half for 2, and they are going to come back. Good running for Ben Green there. Could have turned down a second, but he's come through for that second to close out another Shay Simmons over. And decent bit of cricket there. We're going to potentially have a milestone soon. Tom Abel on to 45, not out. Green 35. Also 89 for 1 off 36 overs. Not rapid progress, but doesn't really need to be. Somerset and no rush. It's not really about winning and losing in a 3-day pre-season game.
getting some good feedback on the Vitality Blast. shirt if you want to take a look. It's all launched on our social media channels on Facebook and Twitter. So
Cracking stuff. Great to see you guys on the YouTube stream commenting in as well. Good social interaction on there, people making friends, and you can be whatever you want to do at home on your sofa in bed or wherever around the world, and you can watch on the YouTube live stream. It's going to be Will Rhodes again with these two straight mid wickets. There's a straight mid wicket, a mid on, and a slightly squarer straight mid wicket. So it's going to be a bit of a leg stump attacking line ploy here from Warwickshire skipper Rhodes. You got anything exciting being shown in the lunch break today on the live stream, Ben?
not on the live stream, but we're hoping to interview Peter Siddle at lunch.
Nice.
So we're going to turn that around and we'll hope to get that on tomorrow's lunch.
Ideal. Great that he's here, and his blonde hair, often covered up in a bobble hat as he likes. But
yeah, I was fortunate enough to meet him on Thursday. So he came in on Wednesday, met him on Thursday with Harry, our club photographer. We took some photos and introduced. He was great, actually. A really nice guy, and was very happy to spend half an hour with us, with all the media stuff, and was super chilled about it all. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what he can provide on the pitch. But he certainly seemed like he's well up for it, and mentioned a lot how much he loved playing here in the past for previous counties in Essex. So yeah, a bit taller than what I thought.
I suppose quite short.
Yeah, it surprised me just how tall, just how tall he was actually. But yeah, I think he's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he? He's still got a lot of skill.
There's a short extra cover now in for Rhodes, and we should slightly mention, I mentioned it earlier, Josh Butler has got 100. Great to see the former Somerset man get an IPL 100 in his 300th T20 match. I remember growing up watching him and Craig Mashader and Craig Kieswetter. Three chaps who's sadly no longer playing for Somerset, but just remember them in white ball form in sort of the mid-2010s to 2015, something like that. Remember them whacking it in white ball cricket on a Friday night. So great to see growing up and get me into cricket, really. Probably even earlier than that, wasn't it? I think of Josh Butler and Pollard and some of the great names we've had here in white ball cricket over the years.
Certainly had plenty of X Factor down here at Taunton, haven't we?
Yeah. Another one, Babar Azam, currently in action against Australia. Australia struggling in that ODI. It's been a good series so far. Green defender football. Will Rhodes, I don't know if he's getting a bit irritated. He's kicked a couple away that come so back to him. He's now throwing that in the dirt towards the keeper after Ben Green defends one back to him. I think he's just a bit fed up and wants to get the breakthrough, and he can't get it himself. He's taking Oliver Hannon-Dolby, his quickest bowler, sort of leader of the attack. He's taking him off. Ryan Sidebottom didn't get much. He's trying the inexperienced Shay Simmons, and they look to be running out of ideas, to be honest, Warwickshire.
Just getting back to a comment from Nine Lives Brian. Yes, mentioned a few years back there were tweets with a Somerset player doing joke commentaries on the coach. Was that Matt Renshaw? Yes, it was Matt Renshaw. Matt Renshaw really enjoyed going to away games with Somerset because he would often go to the front of the bus and take the sort of in-bus PA system and describe the journeys.
What did that come from? What made him start doing that?
I genuinely no idea. But that's the sort of character he was. He was brilliant, and he made people feel very, he was made to feel very, very part of the group very early on. So yeah, I think it was called Renshaw's Tours, and there was the one that sticks out for me was when we were going past Stonehenge on the way to probably Hampshire or
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
And he was talking about Stonehenge, and it just absolutely fascinated him.
Well, this is exciting. Talking about locals, Somerset lads, Wellington lad who's taught and played all around. Jake Lintott. Come on, left arm wrist spin. Tom Abel, it's a pretty leg sidey first livery. Tom Abel nails it to the deep mid wicket man. He does well to save 4 and comes back for 2. But I was actually spent Christmas Eve with Jake Lintott in a village pub back in Devon.
Okay.
Bit of darts, bit of pool.
Done very, very well for himself, hasn't he, in terms of his career?
Well, dare I mention some personal anecdotes? He played village cricket with me about 5 years ago to the rise from Stamford Peveril on a Sunday. Generally Stamford Peveril Sunday cricket to playing for Warwickshire first team and all the CPL and the...
Played in Bangladesh as well, didn't
Yeah,
he?
really well. Opened the batting with Chris Gale.
That's right, yeah.
And he's going to be a bowler. To be fair, when he played village cricket with me, he batted better than he bowled, actually. But it's hard to compare. Stamford Peveril North Devon League stuff too.
It's nice to see him bowling with the red ball as well.
Yes, very much been pigeonholed as white ball recently, but he's got his chance. Here's a lovely sweep shot by Tom Abel. Perhaps could the deep mid wicket man have dived, but you think a spinner settling into there. Wrist spin is one of the hardest arts in the game.
That's 50 for Tom Abel.
Well batted, glorious innings. We've talked about the straight drives, the pull shots. Now different angle of approach, left arm wrist spin, the first spin we've seen today. And that sweep shot was beautiful. There's now going to be a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket as Tom Abel's onto 51 not out. Lintott's had a couple of looseners, but you allow that. He's only 3 balls into his spell. Like to see him, you know, if there's one lad you want to see do well for the opposition, it's the lad who's grown up and played in and around Somerset for years and in the Whipple.
Another sweep from Tom Abel. He's an excellent player of spin. Very good at the sweep and reverse sweeps. Worked so hard on his play against spin over the last few years.
It probably also doesn't help that Lintott's left arm wrist spin is coming into the right hander. He'd rather be bowling at a Tom Lammonby or Somerset left hander, taken away from the outside edge, sort of going into the sweep shot and into the mid wicket drive, hence the 5-4 leg side field. Ben Green is just the one deep square leg, but this time it's outside off stump actually, and that's a great shot for Ben Green. That I was just talking about playing with the spin to leg side, and that's a superb shot.
Full squirted it, didn't he?
Yeah, almost a full Yorker length delivery from Lintott, and that's driven backward a point for 4 by Ben Green. Expensive first over this from Lintott, but you do get that with short boundaries in pre-season when it's blooming cold. He's trying to bowl on a t-shirt with, well, cold conditions for bowling spin. Green defends this ball. Say that a couple of games I played with him, he refused to bowl in a couple of games. He said, it's April, I'm not bowling spin when it's this cold. So he just batted. So he's now having to bowl in March in Wandig. I don't think it was quite this cold when we played sort of May, June stuff. But he's gone for 11 off his first over, but I'm pretty sure he'll get another over to do better against Ben Green more than Tom Abel. He'd rather bowl to Green than Abel, you'd have thought.
Standard up for Somerset.
Yeah, I was saying to Tony earlier, how long do we expect them to bat on for? Do they bat till close? Do they bat past tea? Hard to gauge, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's anything, the last game's anything to go by. The Somerset will look to bat today, and then they'll probably look to split it tomorrow. But I think it's a fairly fluid situation. I think it's unlikely that they'll just keep batting. I think that they'll look that, I'm not sure how long Tom Abel will stay out here for, but it wouldn't surprise me if he walked off at lunch and then didn't come back out.
Just get past Sam Hain 66, will he, just to take the top score in the match?
Yeah, maybe.
Then retire and let someone else have a go. I would love to see Sam Hain and Tom Abel back together in an England line show, if not an England full show, really. They're two of the most beautiful to watch players in the game. I mean, Bell and Trott were pretty good looking for Warwickshire a few years ago, but I think Abel and Hain the last 2 days has been a privilege to watch from this great vantage position, to watch 2 fine stroke makers go about their business. The straight mid wicket is even straighter now, really annoying Ben Green at the non-striker's end. He's forcing Ben Green to actually back up on the edge of the pitch, almost in the danger zone, because the straight mid wicket is so straight. Will Rhodes trying all sorts of different angles and tactics to try and prize Tom Abel from the wicket. Still no wicket today. Just the LBW for Oliver Hannon Dolby of Tom Lammonby last night.
There's not a lot happening in the pitch. It's pretty evenly paced, and
can you tell us a little bit about some of the redevelopments going on? We talked briefly yesterday about the river stand being redone in Gimlet's Hill.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, as you mentioned, the river stand currently looks like safe standing. But now the seats are going back in ahead of the first game of the season. So I believe they are slightly comfier seats than they were there previously. So those Somerset fans that frequent the river stand be even more comfortable.
To the pad of Tom Abel from Will Road, not quick enough to hurt him, and there's a dot ball.
And as you can, as we've seen on the camera a few times, as we can see it coming on the screen now. We've now started the development with Gimlet's Hill. So lots of movement in that space over the last few days. There's more information on the website, but a lot of work being done there in terms of slightly tweaking it to make it more accessible.
Great shot from Tom Abel down to deep square leg for one run, clipping of his hips.
It's going to be still going to retain its character and charm as one of the key areas of the ground, but it's going to be sort of extended, and it'll be in complementation to the new big screen that's going in.
So is that going to be where the current screen is?
Yeah, so it'll be a 16:9 screen. So it'll be a television shape screen rather than a square screen that what we've got at the moment. Be fully operational, hopefully by the T20s.
Very good, exciting time.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have that kind of big screen in place. Sure, the fans are going to enjoy it. We'll be able to display a lot more information on the screens.
Great stuff. And then we'll have the temporary stand, I presume, over by the car park for some of the white ball games out in the summer.
Correct. Yeah, the temporary stand's going to be going in for the T20s and the 50 over cup. So everything's sort of coming along.
Great stuff. Well, Jake Lintop is going to continue. Good to see. On a full-time contract with Warwickshire now, having played predominantly white ball last year. He's going to be back foot punch for Ben Green. Another lovely shot. Done well to get that away from the extra cover fielder, and deep point comes in and keeps it to 1. 2 men back on the leg side for Tom Abel. Lintop with that sort of Johnny Wilkinson curved run up, well, amble up, I suppose you'd call it. Bouncing, lolloping run, and well defended by Tom Abel. That's a better line of length from Lintop. He's got a 45 on the single, deep square, deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. There's 5 leg side fielders in the game with a turn to Tom Abel, who is not sweeping him this ball, driving him straight to the fielder, the bowler, sorry. And there's a mid-off, short extra cover, a deep point, and a slip at the 4 offside fielders. Quite a deep slip. Lintop does get it through quite quickly. He's a big, strong man, and will challenge Tom Abel. This time he sweeps. It's only going to be a sweep for 1. I think the risk reward for Tom Abel, thinking is a deep square leg, and there's a 45. If he's going to sweep for a boundary, he's probably going to have to go in the air.
Slightly full of them. I think Lintop felt he was in the game for a bit there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shout of excitement, but I guess when you go for 11 off the first over, anything that's slightly improved is probably exciting for him. Defended from Ben Green.
So when are you going to do your WPA predictions?
Sent them off yesterday.
Did you send them off yesterday? Okay.
I haven't even seen them, Ben. You've been too busy. I was holding him up, delaying the inevitable, trying to get as much pre-season as we see Ben Green defend that comfortably. I was trying to get as much of the pre-season as possible, and I felt like yesterday was enough for me to decide.
Make your judgments. Okay.
I made a big call on the batting front, which wasn't even an option in the highest run score. The person I went for wasn't even an option in the bullet points. I went for other.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't know whether I should reveal that now or just leave you all in suspense.
Well, we'll get your graphic mocked up like we did. We threw Sophie's graphic up yesterday with her predictions. So just so everyone's aware, we're doing Commentators Challenge this year for the WPA Predictions League. So you can enter at home, as you can see on screen. It's on the club website. Takes 30 seconds to enter, and you can win a 2023 membership if you are the person with the best knowledge. Will you beat your fellow supporters, and will you beat the commentators? Because the commentators are all going to get involved in Commentators Challenge, so we can track their progress throughout the season as to how their predictions.
Excitement here. We can see spin from both ends. Not Danny Briggs, but Dan Mousley. I like the way Warwickshire not using their frontline bowlers, giving all the other guys a go. Dan Mousley, right arm leg spin, is going to bowl in tandem with Jake Lintott.
Got about 10 minutes to go till lunch, so
Give him a go. And it's one of the, normally it's a token over before lunch, but it's going to be a token couple of overs. Another Aston Villa supporting the Warwickshire side, along with Ian Bell and Chris Wokes. He's only 20 years old, Dan Mousley. Bats left-handed, bowls right arm. That's a filthy start. That's one of the worst. Was it George Bartlett or Tom Banton or Eddie Byron? One of the three, maybe all three, bowled some horrendous spin deliveries in a county championship game a couple of years ago, and that's given me flashbacks to that. Tom Abel swatted that through cover for 4 runs, and that's filthy cricket. Clip that up and we'll watch that a few times, I reckon, Ben.
yeah. George Bartlett's the famous. There's a little bit of turn there.
His second ball looked more like off-spin. It is right arm off breaks. The first ball looked like he's trying to bowl leg spin and it was just horrendous. But he is an off-break bowler. Just got a bit of turn on that second delivery. Much better than the first one. And Tom Abel suddenly thinks, oh, got to switch on again here. Haven't got the freebie. That's a good cricket shot. Out to the deep point man for 1 run. Well played late. Former England under-19s player, along with, well, Baker and Brew we've talked about. Left times at Somerset. And, of course, George Thomas. Yeah, Mousley's got no first-class wickets. He's bowled 54 balls for 37 runs in his 3 first-class matches so far in his career. Economy of 4.11. Went for 4 of the first ball and then dot and then 1 so far in this over. Ben Green leaves that, but that's close to his off stump, isn't it? Bit of turn. Made his first-class debut against Essex in July of 2019. Had a professional contract for the Bears from the 19 season, so he's none of these up-and-coming talents. It's great to see the youngsters been given a go in pre-season. There's a quick single taken for Ben Green. The Royal London Cup and the pre-season seems to be the, I guess the League Cup equivalents from football. Is kind of the time when the youngsters get a go, isn't it?
Yeah, we were just discussing this in the press box a couple of days ago. Somerset, I think, gave 7 List A debuts last year, and I think it's very unlikely that they'll be doing similar this year. I think a lot of the sort of changes of last year will feel a little bit less severe. I think a lot of the players that played, like who made their debuts, will be now sort of pushing for more first 11 appearances, like James Roux, George Thomas. They're not going to be unknowns anymore. That potentially they were to some as they came in last year. So yeah, really excited to see the Royal London Cup this year and see those people develop. You mentioned the Carabao Cup of cricket. I think that's what we're looking at. But it's a great competition, isn't it? And
I love it.
You can see the likes of James Hildreth, Steve Davis,
Davey,
Josh
Brooks.
Brooks. You know, we're not talking youth academy players here. We're talking a real good mix of first team players and some really exciting youngsters. So.
Which is why I think Somerset are going to have a great chance of winning that competition again, having won at Lords, obviously famously a couple of years ago, the last final at Lords. I think because they've got 4 or 5 big name experienced players and these talented youngsters, they've got a really good chance of winning it again this year.
And the hope is that both Matt Renshaw and Peter Siddle will be involved in
I
this
mean,
team
what
as
lineup
well.
that'd be,
yeah. When
Almost seems unfair.
When you start looking at the team on paper, it looks a really great mix of players. So yeah, I mean, I think Somerset were pretty close in qualification. I think it was against Warwickshire on the last game where they dipped out, just they edged Baston. But I think they're only going to get better as a team, and assuming Ben Green doesn't receive a call up to the competition that we won't name.
No. Hopefully he won't.
He will remain as captain and
did a brilliant job last year. I was really impressed with Ben Green. So played against him, captain Ecstasy, and it was interesting watching him as a captain of a club side and then watching him as captain of the Somerset side. Similar idea, it's still cricket, it's still 11 men on the field, isn't it? But the way he marshalled his troops, and he opens in club cricket for Ecstasy, then he batted at 6. I think he'd probably bat 6 again, and did well as a middle order batter for the Royal London Cup side. And you're right, if we have Renshaw, Hildreth, Davies, Goldsworthy, Bartlett, I mean, the strength and depth is ridiculous, really.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis Goldsworthy was a real standout in that competition as well last year, wasn't he? I think it's also worth mentioning Paul Tweddle in this.
Yeah, did really well.
Did a great job as head coach, and if he's going to carry on, again, he's going to have more experience under his belt, having done it last year. So
former wicket-keeping fielding specialist, isn't he? I liked the way he got the side fielding so well. That's a big strength of his, really concentrating on that. They were electric in the field. Really helped keep the runs down.
Yeah. Little plug, but tickets are on sale for that tournament as well. It's not just the Vitality Blast that's on sale. So we've got four games, one floodlit. So there are going to be some good occasions, I think, later on in the summer.
Yeah, I generally find that one of my favourite tournaments because when you play cricket, club cricket, we don't play 4-day cricket. Us playing club cricket, we can associate with the 50 over stuff. And you see the fixtures now. We've got some good sides coming down here. Notts as always. Notts white ball games have always been brilliant. I always remember that 400 game when Jamie Overton whacked a few at the end.
Yeah.
There was that controversial game at Trent Bridge, Trigo involved. There's just been so many great battles in white ball cricket over the years.
That 400 was the first game we ever live streamed.
Oh, there you go. I didn't even know that.
It was the first game we ever live streamed.
I always remember that game here. Phenomenal.
They're going to be a strong side, Notts, even with some players out. But
yeah, they've dominated that format for a while, haven't they, really? Durham, I remember Durham, Jennings and Stoneman both scoring hundreds here a few years ago as well. They were 200 and something for none. Generally, away sides come here and enjoy batting at Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, we're going to see some good pitches, aren't we? There are going to be some good games of cricket. There's going to be a few bits going on outside of the cricket as well, which I won't spoil. But we've got a few plans to make these really great days out for people.
Ben Green with a smoke through the covers, but it's a bit of a hand there. That extra cover keeps it to 2. Dan Mousley going to bowl what could be the last over before lunch. We might get one more.
We might just sneak one more. Depends how hungry the guys are.
And we'll leave you for 40 minutes and then resume with the afternoon session from 1:40. Ben Green, lovely straight bat. Textbook perfect. $113 for 1, 42.4 overs bowled. Ben Green with a slashing cover drive. That's 4 runs. There's no point running for that. Stay in your crease, Ben Green, and enjoy that as Oliver Hannon-Dolby has to trot all the way over to the groundsman sheds, the picket fence.
It's just a bit of width there from Mousley. Ben Green's all over that.
So with that 4 to the fence, that might actually affect the lunch interval, mightn't it? It's going to take 2 minutes for the ball to come back.
I think we're probably, well, I don't know, 50-50, I think.
50.
Make it 12:58 on mine.
Yeah, 58. Only one ball remaining. Yeah, they probably might get another over in, because as you say, it all depends on the umpires.
I think I'm going to call lunch.
You're going to call lunch?
I'm going to call lunch after the end of this.
Pre-season friendly, you can get away with 1 minute early, can't you?
I think so.
Everyone fancies their lunch. I fancy my lunch. Mousley with a sort of 3-step run up, very close in, off spin. Green dabs that for 2. That's going to help an early lunch if they have to run 2. It's going to take a few more seconds.
It's going to be very 50 for Ben Green.
Well batted, Ben Green. Lovely timing as well to get your 50 just before lunch, rather than have to think about it for 40 minutes. He's going to raise his bat aloft. Well batted, Ben Green, and hopefully takes that form into Hampshire away next Thursday.
A really composed knock from Ben Green. He's stuck it out there. Played well last night as well, but yeah, good applause from the Somerset faithful that are here today. And, he's cemented himself up nicely for a spot at the top of the order on Thursday.
So there is going to be one more over, and it is going to be Jake Lintop to bowl it.
I'm going to get one more over.
It's only going to be a quick 6 overs of left arm wrist spin from Jake Lintop.
Mike Unwin on the live chat. Well batted, Ben Green. Yeah, played really nicely. looks really well organised. His game looks in a good place at the moment. Looks like he knows where his off stump is. He's seeing length nice and early.
Yeah, really has dug in early this morning and late last night. Didn't worry about his score, and then gone on to make runs while the sun shines later on. I reckon they might give him more of a chance. Tom Abel might retire because he scored runs. I don't know. Maybe Ben Green might continue. Hard to guess. That's a full toss actually from Lintop because Abel got down, big stride forward and swept it hard to deep square leg for 1 run.
Charlotte and WizKid 1946 complimenting Ben Green on his knock.
So just the 4 more deliveries before lunch, and Ben Green inside edge drives that to mid-on for no run. Lintop tries to field off his own bowling, but doesn't need to. Mid-on's there.
I think these two might both well retire at the lunch breaks. We might see maybe James Hildreth come out after lunch.
Yeah, maybe a Butler as well. Lintop into Green and back foot defends that. Yeah, he might as well take his not out now. He's 50 not out. That looks good in the score, but only 2 more balls from Jake Lintop, who's settled in a bit better. He did bowl that maiden between the first over of it, expensive first over, and now he's bowled a quick 4 overs. Decent over 8 from Warwickshire. That's a under edge from Ben Green. He goes to cut it, and the slip fielder trots back and collects it for 1 run. Yeah. Warwickshire need some magic really to break this partnership, but I think it's going to be retirement that's going to break it. Lunchtime retirement, we reckon. Give someone else a go. Let Warwickshire off the hook in a pre-season game as it is.
Yeah, I mean batting's not going to be easy in the early weeks of the season, so it's great that these two have taken their opportunity on a good pitch and in decent conditions to get some runs under their belts. So,
well, that's it. That is the lunch interval.
I'm going to leave you with the safe in the knowledge that one night of Neil is coming to the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Absolutely. Sweet Caroline indeed. Well,
Sweet Caroline.
Enjoy your lunch break. We'll leave you with Somerset 122 for 1. Ben Green and Tom Abel have batted superbly this morning. No wickets lost, and bit of work for Warwickshire to this afternoon. I've been Harry Everett, and Ben Warren's been with me, and Tony Pomeroy will be back with you after lunch. Thank you very much.
And I remind you we have refreshments available for you today in the Stragglers Coffee House. versus Sri Development at Devon, again looking forward to as well. Please contact us here at the club if you would like to book any tickets for those matches. We do have hospitality packages available also on sale now for the 2022 season. Indeed, we have a special hospitality package available for our first LB Insurance County Championship match of the season. Of course, that's against Essex and it begins on Thursday, April the 14th. Members can save £20 per person if you choose to watch Somerset and Essex go head-to-head here at Taunton from the comfort of one of our superb hospitality suites. Members will receive a 10% discount on the packages for this fixture, in addition to the match day ticket element of the booking being removed.
As a club we stand, steadfast, proud, beacons for this region, modest yet loud. Since 1875 many battles we've met. Once Botham, now Abel, now Banton, once Rose. We play for our future, for new legends to grow. We walk out together when the chips are down. Be proud, be strong, take a good look round. This is our end, as a club we shout. Throw what you may, we won't give out. We fight for tomorrow, for moments not gone. For club, for county, we bat on.
Good afternoon from the county ground. This is Tony Pomeroy welcoming you back to the afternoon session. We're starting a minute or two late by the look of it. Warwickshire have made one change in the field. They replaced their wicket-keeper. Mike Burgess is having a rest and Chris Benjamin has taken over behind the stumps. And for Somerset, skipper Tom Abel, who'd scored 62 runs this morning before lunch, is having a rest. He's retired out and Tom Banton has taken his place. Ben Green continues on 51 not out. Umpires waving at the scorers to get their attention. It's going to be Tom Banton facing number 5, Manraj Johal. First ball pushed away into the covers, fielded by yet another wicket-keeper, Alex Davis, who's recently joined from Lancashire. It's a little more cloudy here this afternoon. Not a lot of blue sky visible, but it's still a little warmer than it was yesterday. There's not so much wind. The Quantocks are in shadow. Again pushed by Banton off the back foot, down to mid-off. Fielders all still with their hands in their pockets, trying to keep warm. The field, we've got 2 slips, or a slip and a gully, 3 saving 1 on the offside, short mid-wicket, mid-on, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Banton pushes to mid-wicket, no single. Somerset remain on their lunchtime score of 122 for 1. Oh, sorry, it's now 2 because Tom Abel is technically out. 122 for 2. Little of an inside edge. Look, they look to be pushing it to the covers. It went to mid-on. 4 dot balls. Joe Howell so far into 4 balls of his 8th over has taken no wicket for 28. A loose ball got what it deserved. Banton crashed it through the covers off the back foot to open his account with a 4. can't afford to bowl short outside the off stump to Mr. Banton. He's done it again. Same result, 4 runs. So that's 8 runs off the over, 8 runs to Tom Banton. Somerset score now 130 for 2. Johal retrieved his sweater from David Milnes. It looks like Jake Lintott to continue from the river end. Jake Lintott, who's played for Somerset Seconds, he was born in Taunton and attended Queen's College here in Taunton. So far he's bowled 4 overs, taken 0 for 16. Field, deep square leg, 4 others saving, 1 on the leg side. 2 saving, 1 on the off, a slip and a deep cover point. First ball was aborted. Obviously felt his route was wrong. Second try for the first ball of the over. Defended by Green. Fielded by Tom Banton, who returns the ball to the bowler. Good job they didn't appeal for handle the ball. Clipped off his toes to mid-wicket, no run. Possibly in a one-day game they'd have scraped a single there, but in this game, no point in that. No point in risking anything. Turned out to deep square leg this time. An easy single. Skipper Will Rhodes standing at first slip with his hands in his pockets. Most of the Warwickshire players wearing caps, 2 wearing sun hats, whereas yesterday most of the teams were wearing bobble hats because it was so cold. Lintott to Banton. Played and missed outside the off stump. Lucky not to get an edge. It's Lintott again, or Lintott. Forward defensive by Banton. One ball left of this over. Let's see if the umpires and scorers agree it's over. We did have a disagreement in 1 over earlier today. Banton drives the deep mid-off and steals the bowling. A single. It's 133. Sorry, 132 for 9. Banton on 9, Green on 52. It's going to be Johal again from the Trescothic end. Bowling to Banton. No change in the field. Banton hurried a little bit, pushed it to mid-off. No run. Umpire Graham Lloyd having a little stroll around at square leg. But a quick count of the cars in the car park behind him. Now he's back in position. Banton looking to be forcing that one on the offside, succeeding in pushing it to mid-on. Oh, sorry, mid-wicket. Didn't quite come off the middle of the bat. Good length ball, forward defensive from Banton. Fielded by the bowler. Well backed up by mid-off and mid-on, both running across. I suppose as well as being good cricket, it does keep them a little warmer if they keep moving. Punched off the back foot to Davis, cover again. No runs. It's nice to see all the fielders doing what they coached as youngsters. Throw the ball to the wicketkeeper when you get it. Then it comes back again around the ring. Oh, bottom edge there, Banton trying to smash that through cover point. Chopped it down just wide of his stumps. Gathered by the wicketkeeper. Quite lucky. Last ball of the 47th over coming up. It's another dot ball. So that's 3 overs since lunch, and Somerset has scored 10 runs. 9 of them for Banton, and 1 for Green. Warwickshire rotating their fielding squad. I think it's Shay Simmons who's come on. But it's Lynch again from the river end. Green pushes it out to cover point. They take a single. Brings Banton to the working end. They have 2 boundary riders, both square with a wicket, one each side. On leg stump, just pushed into the leg side quietly, no run. Tucked around the corner off his hip. 1 run. To Banton. Takes him to double figures. Lintott to Green. Cut away, stopped on the boundary. Just a single. Fielded by Australian Ryan Sidebottom. out on the deep cover point boundary. Banton defends. The last ball of the over coming up. Hammered by Banton through the covers, 4 runs. Takes Somerset to 139. Green is on 54. Banton on 14. In their innings, Warwickshire declared 232 for 8. Just before 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And presumably Somerset will get somewhere near that score by tea time, or just before tea. And they will probably think of declaring, put Warwickshire back in. Time will tell. It's the 5th over of the afternoon session. Johal bowling again from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Same field. Green pushes it to cover point. No run. Green has done a little bit of gardening on the pitch. It's not surprising. This is day 7 for this pitch. It was used for a 2-day Glamorgan game, the 3-day Gloucestershire game, and now this 3-day Warwickshire game. We're in the 2nd day of that. Ball not quite off the middle of the bat, picked up at gully. No run. It says something for the work of the county groundsman that they can prepare a pitch that's still playing quite well. It's lasting 7 and probably 8 days. One of the fielders now dropped out to deep cover point. So we have 2 boundary riders again. Pushed into the covers, no run. Green is building a case for opening the batting against Hampshire next week. Somerset will have an interesting selection to make for that team. Half-hearted appeals for LBW. Quite rightly turned down. It's given us runs. 1 single to Green without the deep square leg. Leaves Banton 2 balls to face of this over. Pushed to mid-off, no run. Just to the left of this wicket, 3 pitches along, we have a piece of the old Hessian down, which we assume is covering the pitch that will be used for the next home game here against Essex in a fortnight's time. The first home county championship game, starting on the 14th of April. Another Banton forward defensive. Somerset now 140 for 7, with Green on 55 and Banton on 14. Johal takes his sweaters from umpire David Milne. And strolls away to find leg. Seems the Warwickshire skipper, Will Rhodes, is now wearing a bobble hat. Must be getting cold. Joe Hull has stayed at short fine leg now. Forcing shot by Green. Only problem was he missed the ball and threw to Benjamin. Rock solid forward defensive shot this time. We've seen a lot of those from Green so far today. Same thing, same result, same fielder. Can anybody else play, boys? Turned around the corner this time. Just a variety. Fielded by Joe Hull. Still no run. We are coming up to the last ball of the 50th over of the innings. Another forward defensive shot. So that's 50 overs gone with this knock. And Somerset are 140 still for 2. And Green is now retiring. Lewis Goldsworthy is coming in to bat. So now Banton on strike. Lewis Goldsworthy at the non-striker's end. Joe Hull still bowling from the Chiscothic end here. Tucked away around the corner by Banton, just for a single. Brings Goldsworthy on strike to face his first ball. Takes guard from umpire David Milnes. Backward defensive shot, short pitch ball, right behind it, very safe. Warwickshire fielders still working on the ball, keeping the shine. There can't be a lot of shine left after 50 overs. Punched into the covers to another wicketkeeper, Alex Davis. No run. The white-hatted side bottom at mid-on, rehearsing his bowling action. Perhaps hoping to convince the skipper as time he came on. Well pitched up delivery, pushed to mid-wicket. No run. Joe Hart looks to be trudging back a little bit towards his bowling mark. He's done a fair bit of bowling today. This is his 11th over. Wide of the off stump. Goldsworthy not interested. Just lets it go through to Chris Benjamin. The seagulls and pigeons still swooping around the ground as they always do. As the sun begins to break through. Goldsworthy punches to mid-off. No run. An awkward throw there for Benjamin to take. Pitching just short of him. Just the sort wicketkeepers hate. Looks like Lintott continuing. Lintott to Banton. Pushed back straight to the bowler. Aggressive shot, hits it out to deep mid-on, but he hit it so well, there was no time to take the single. A couple of yards either side would probably have been 4. Went straight to the fielder. Turn towards mid-wicket. Still no single. Forward defensive shot. Into Davis. Back to Benjamin, back to the bowler. Another forward defensive shot. Last ball of the over coming up. Banton takes his fairly wide stance. Feet well apart. He shaped to hit that one harder and changed his mind. He just pushed it again to Alex Davis. No run. We are 141 for 1. Goldsworthy still yet to get off the mark. Banton still on 15. Now, we seem to have a change of bowling at this end. Joe Hull is having a rest. And Ryan Sidebottom, his warm-up has had its effect. The captain's called on him to have a bowl. He is no relation to the ex-England bowler, Sidebottom. Ryan Sidebottom here was born in Victoria, Australia. He's coming in to Goldsworthy. 2 slips, 6 people saving 1, and a deep fine leg. The first ball let through No danger of a wicket. The previously weak sunlight strengthens a little bit, so the light is improving. Goldsworthy hit that quite hard. Again, Alex Davis. Backward defensive shot this time. It's picked up by Dan Mosley, fielding at mid-wicket, or short mid-wicket. Again, let go by Lewis Goldsworthy. Shortish pitch ball outside off stump. There's another train pulls into Taunton Station, going on towards Exeter and points beyond. Good length ball, defended this time by Goldsworthy. Pushed out on the offside. Again, no run. Game seems to have gone to sleep a little bit. I think we've had one run in the last 3 overs. Goldsworthy turned square by that one. The last ball of the over, yet another maiden. Score remains 141. Now for 3, as Green has retired out as well. Lintoff is to continue from the river end. Two fielders out, both square with a wicket. One on the leg side, one on the offside. Banton reaches forward, pushes it to mid-off. There is no single there. Banton leaves that one. Didn't miss the off stump by a lot, but by enough. Tom Banton's very crouched stance. Bat raised loft. Pushed back to the bowler. All very quiet. There's not a lot of noise from the players out in the field. They're barely talking to each other. The odd little shout when they think they might have got the ball through. Just with that one, it was clipped to mid-wicket. No run. Bat raised. Pushed forward. Ah, they've broken the spell of maidens. Pushed to square leg. Picked up by Johal. 1 run. Banton has pinched the bowling. 142 for 3. Sidebottom puts his glasses on the back of umpire Mills' hat. I always thought umpires had their eyes in the back of their heads. A little adjustment from Banton as he played that one. Pushed it out into the covers. Just as well he didn't edge it, because first slip was barely ready. Skipper Will Rhodes was adjusting his sweaters, and he had to drop one behind him as the ball coming into bowl. Quickish ball on leg stump, turned down to fine leg. Easy single. The sort of cricket we're watching at the moment is not keeping the scorers on my left here very busy. Doesn't take a lot of effort just to put a dot down every time the ball comes in. Pushed to mid-on by Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy's score remains on 0. He's never looked in trouble, but he's never looked like scoring much either. Push to square leg. Probably the most aggressive shot he's played so far, but still didn't get any run. Sorry, I hadn't turned my mic on. The last ball hurried Goldsworthy a little bit. Pushed it to short mid-wicket. Goldsworthy hurried again, but he's got it through just backward of square on the offside for his first run of the day. There's 144 for 3. Goldsworthy 1, Banton 17. Lintott again. edged just a backward point. Thought about a single, decided against it. It would have been an interesting run. Lintott again to Goldsworthy. Pushed nicely into the covers, but no run. Benjamin tried to take the return one-handed. Was made to look a little bit silly by dropping it. Totally squared up there, Goldsworthy. Probably pitching outside leg stump, so no possibility of an LBW. That was wide of off stump. And Goldsworthy's cracked it square for 4. The side bottom, who was on the boundary there, has come in. So we only have one boundary rider now at deep square leg. Pushed back to the bowler. Tucked off his pads to mid-wicket. Could perhaps have taken the single, but decided not to. Leave Tom Banton on strike. Somerset now 148 for 3. Goldsworthy on 5. Banton still on 17. We have Ryan Sidebottom again from the Trescothick end. One fielder on the boundary. Deep fine leg right under the scoreboard. Banton in his crouch stance, bat already raised in the air before the bowler starts his run. Turns it to short mid-wicket. No run. The fielder at square leg has realised for Banton he should be at deep square leg and has disappeared back, leaving umpire Graham Lloyd a lone figure with no fielder within 30 yards of him. Again a defensive shot from Banton, just pushed out to mid-off. Matt Lamb fields it and gives the ball a bit of work and polish. Sidebottom continues the polishing on his shirt. Banton assumes his stance, bat raised. And the same as last time, pushed to mid-off to Matt Lamb. I'm sorry you're hearing my voice alone this afternoon. We seem to be a bit short of commentators. I'm on my own, sitting in the box. It's Sidebottom again. This time left by Banton. Outside the off stump. Right side bottom still working hard, polishing the ball. Comes in again. Banton pushes it to short mid-wicket. Whilst the ground is bathed in sunlight now, the Quantocks are all in shadow and look rather dark and gloomy. Even the fields of oilseed rape are looking dull. Banton drives straight back down. Side bottom stopped it. End of the over. Still 148 for 3. Banton still on 17. Goldsworthy on 5. Skipper Rhodes and bowler Lintott having a little discussion before Lintott continues. Left arm, slow left arm over the wicket. Oh, just because I said that, he's changed his mind. He's not going to bowl left arm around the wicket. Just to see if that makes any difference. He only has one fielder out, a deep square leg. Probably 6 fielders saving the single. Short mid-wicket for a catch, and the skipper Rhodes it slip. Goldsworthy chucks it off his toes. 2 mid-wicket. No run. Again, Goldsworthy defends, just pushes it back down the wicket. The bowler picks it up. Beginnings of some dark clouds coming overhead. I don't think there's any rain forecast. Outside off stump. Thrashed through the covers by Goldsworthy. Despairing dive by Davis. Failed to catch it. Well, failed to stop it. 4 runs. Fielded by one of the ancillary staff out there. Returned. That one probably got what it deserved. A wide half volley. A little bit straighter. Still a half volley. Hit to deep mid-off. A single. Banton's on strike. Side bottom retreats from cover point to the boundary. One or two other fielders have dropped back a few yards, particularly the mid-on. Mid-off just going back a few yards as well. Good length ball on middle stump. Pushed back down the pitch. End of the over. Somerset 153 for 3. Goldsworthy on 10. Banton 17. And side bottom again. Puts his sunglasses on the top of the umpire's hat. Both umpires still wearing black gloves. Goldsworthy drives, gets the thick edge, and gets 4 runs. As the ball crashes into the Lord Ian Botham stand. Didn't quite go where he anticipated, I suspect. But he'll take it. Field hasn't changed. Got 3 slips. 2 slips. 3 in the covers. 3 on the leg side, saving 1. And a deep fine leg under the scoreboard. Goldsworthy defends. Back on his stumps. Pushes out to Alex Davis in the covers. Goldsworthy shapes to play, but takes his bat away at the last moment. A few spectators here this afternoon. Probably still well under 100. But they're enjoying what they see. Pretend it's summer, even though they're all well wrapped up. Side bottom again. Squares up Goldsworthy a little. He was looking to push it to the onside. Gets it to the offside. Bit off. Must be getting colder. There's now 2 of the Warwickshire side wearing their blue bobble hats. It's quite strange at the moment. We have 2 number 22s on the field, because the fielder at mid-off seems to be wearing side-bottom sweater. Another one outside off stump, steered to third man, 4 runs. Identical spot to the last one. 1 ball left of this over. Remarkably high scoring over. We've had 8 runs from it. Almost got through, kept it a bit low, well kept out by Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset are now 161 for 3. Goldsworthy 18, Banton 17. The fielder who was wearing side-bottom sweater was actually Michael Burgess, who kept wicket in the first session. He's now fielding at mid-off. There's Lynch again, putting round the wicket to Banton. Pushes out to mid-on. Takes a relatively quick single. Got there easily. As the sun goes in. Goldsworthy pushes forward, bowler fields. And side bottom was having a sneaky drink over the boundary line, rushes back into cover point. Only to be sent back again by skipper Will Rhodes. to the boundary. Goldsworthy pushes out to mid-off, no run. Fielded by Burgess. That one pushes Goldsworthy back on his stumps. He defends and pushes to mid-wicket. The fielder wanders in and has a short conversation with Tom Banton. Goldsworthy again drives square. One run out to side bottom. Another over from Lintoft. Somerset now 161 for 3. Goldsworthy 19, Banton 18. And 60 overs have gone. So in less than an hour since lunch, we bowled 16 overs. Instead of Mike Burgess wearing side bottom sweater, the umpire's taken it and tucked it into the strap on the back of his jacket. Then we have side bottom again from the Jiscothic Pavilion end. Bowling to Goldsworthy. Side bottom grunts with the effort of it. Good length ball. Goldsworthy defends on the back foot. Again a good length ball defended on the back foot. Athletic fielding from Davis, runs in quickly and hammers the ball back to Benjamin behind the stumps. Goldsworthy pushes it back. Bowler fields. The game has the feeling that Warwickshire are just going through the motions. They're not altering the fields, they're not altering the bowling much. They're waiting for Somerset to score enough runs to declare. And Somerset are just having a little bit of batting practice. They're not too intent on scoring quick runs. Fairly full length ball, again dug out by Goldsworthy. Side bottom polishing the ball again. Fielders' hands in pockets. So at least 6 of them have got their hands in their pockets. Can't say I blame them. Outside leg stump, flicked away, fine leg, 4 runs. It's a gift really. All he had to do was get a bat on it and it was 4. I didn't really expect to see Goldsworthy scoring at a faster rate than Banton. At the moment, Goldsworthy's on 23 and Banton, who came in before him, on 18. Another grunt of exertion. The side bottom bowled that ball. Again, no run. The end of another over, 61 overs gone, 167 for 3. Goldsworthy 23, Banton 18. Lintott again bowling from the far end. He's bowled 17 overs so far, taking 0 for 37. So I think it's 17. The numbers on the scoreboard are a little bit small, and the glass in front of me is not too clean, which I think is very difficult to clean the glass as it's high up in the Triscothic stand. First ball was a dot. Banton pushed it to mid-on, short mid-wicket, not quite fielded cleanly, but never ran on a misfield, and they didn't. Lint off again to Banton. Tucked out to deeper mid-wicket, half fielded, picked up by deep square leg, 1 single. Hayne, the Warwickshire fielder, and Banton having another chat. Hayne, who batted superbly in the Warwickshire innings yesterday. And fields again, a forward defensive shot by Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy again pushes out to side bottom, deep cover point. 1 run. Caught a little bit by surprise by that one, Banton. So kicked on him a little bit. But no real hassle, no wicket, no run. 168 for 3, Goldsworthy 25, Banton 19. And we have a change of bowling. I think it's Shay Benjamin. Sorry, not Shay Benjamin. Shay Simmons. He's had a spell from the far end. He's now coming on at the Triscothic end. He looked quite lively from the far end. I think he's only a youngster. He's only about 18, 19. An abortive ball. Obviously didn't feel quite right at the delivery stride. Pulled out of it. Or it's a sneaky way of having a practice run up. The second try. Goldsworthy pushes it out to Davis again in the covers. Tucked away, the deep square leg, just backward square leg. Two fielders on the boundary, they converge on it. Just one run. The batsmen are going to say good afternoon to each other in the middle of the pitch. And the seagulls are all flying around again, swooping away. Must be at least 20 of them going around at the moment. Some have settled on the Ian Botham stand to watch the game. All they see is Banton pushing it out to Alex Davis again. Like yesterday, there's still no spectators visible in the flats on our left. Probably too cold to be sitting out in the shade. Banton pushes the ball to mid-wicket. Immaculate forward defensive shot again. To a good length ball. Banton in his crouched position again, bat high. Tucks it away to mid-wicket. Beats mid-wicket, deep square leg, runs round, picks it up. One, just a single. Simmons has so far gone from 16 runs from his 4.5 overs. That was fast, but not very accurate. So after 63 overs, Somerset are 173 for 3. Goldsworthy on 25, Banton on 20. Closing in on Warwickshire score of 232 for 8. Somerset would hope to get close to that score, at least by tea time. Of course, if they declare it tea, it'll say would stop us losing 2 overs between the innings. It's Lintott again, this time bowling over the wicket to Banton, who's already in his stance, bat raised. All ready for the forward defensive shot. Straight back to the bowler. 2 fielders out. Deep square leg, deep cover point. Banton strikes him. The next ball over mid-off. Under the scoreboard, 4 runs. comfortable shot. Never in any danger of being caught. Tries to repeat the shot, slightly more of an edge, out to side bottom, a deep cover point for just a single. Banton rehearses the shot at the far end. Goldsworthy defends. Hayne rushes in. Next ball to Goldsworthy's pushed into the covers. Well picked up and quickly returned. One ball left of this over from Lintott. Goldsworthy turning it to mid-wicket, ends up edging it to slip. Lintott has bowled 14 overs with one maiden, conceded 44 runs. It's not a bad spell. Matt Lamb was having a little rehearsal at the far end then, so perhaps he's coming on to bowl, giving Lintott a rest. Yeah, Matt Lamb's walking out under the scoreboard, stretching his arms. There's still Simmons from this end. Who abort his run up because Captain Rhodes at first slip wasn't ready. A flowing drive from Banton, straight to mid-off. No run. Another flowing drive, same result, straight to mid-off. Fielded by Lintott. Just for a change, a drive to mid-on. Flashing drive from Banton beats the cover field. A long chase for Lintott. 4 runs. And a smattering of applause in the crowd. The well pitched up ball is asking to be driven through cover. Steered by Banton. Tried to get it down through the slips. Good fielding by Hayne. Driven again by Banton. To Lynch at mid-off. No run. That's in the end of Simmons' 6th over. He's taken 0 for 20. Warwickshire ringing the changes in the field again. It looks like Matt Lamb. He's been associated with Warwickshire and the Bears since he was 9 years old. Two fielders out again, both square with a wicket. 3 saving 1 on each side. And Rhodes permanently fixed at first slip, where he's been the whole innings, apart from when he was bowling. Poked off the back foot out to short mid-wicket. This time driven by Goldsworthy. Gets a single. Out to deep mid-off. Banton pushes it to mid-wicket. Off his hip. No run. A good length ball, again pushed out to mid-wicket. Not the most convincing of Banton's shots. Off the back foot, pushes the next one to mid-off. Another dot ball, so Lamb's first over. It's cost Warwickshire 1 run. It looks like Simmons again. Simmons in to Goldsworthy. Crashed into the covers. Just a single down to deep mid-off. Banton crashes one down to mid-on, fielded. Just gets a single. And we welcome Spencer Bishop to the commentary.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Spencer. Nice to see you.
And you. I think Somerset are going to be pretty pleased with how things have gone today.
I would think so. And I can see them declaring somewhere around tea time. And they should be at least on parity with Warwickshire. Pushed steadily away. No run.
We're coming up to the 50 partnership between these two.
Yes.
And I've been particularly impressed with Lewis Goldsworthy since he's come in.
Yeah. At one stage he was scoring much faster than Banton. He's played very steadily. Well, they both played steadily. Hitting the bad ball. Defending the good ones.
It's another lovely
It's
shot.
a sweet shot. Yes. Came off the middle of the bat, didn't overhit it, just steered it away in front of point. 4 runs.
There's definitely something about him, isn't there?
Yes.
Lewis Goldsworthy. He's got that grit and sort of determination that is impressive for someone of still such a tender age.
Yes. He has time to play his shots.
Interesting as well to see Shay Simmons as well, the new Joffre Archer.
Yes.
We're led to believe.
So we're led to believe, yes. A hook from Goldsworthy gets him 1. Perhaps it didn't quite middle it.
And it is the 50 partnership.
Yeah. Excellent partnership.
Well, this is what Somerset have needed, isn't it?
Yes. Well, you've got a fairly strong batting side, isn't there? You've got Renshaw to come in. And today...
Another good shot.
Players, yeah. Tucked away through mid-on. 4 runs for Banton.
We spoke to Jason Kerr ahead of the game, and he was very clear about the fact that the 11 for Hampshire is by no way finalised, and this is 3 days for people to put their hands up to be in contention for that place. And I think Ben Green, Tom Abel's obviously a shoe-in, but I think Tom Banton, his performance against Glamorgan was impressive, and I think Lewis Goldsworthy has also been impressive.
Yes.
So these these guys have
Green has
their
probably
hands up.
secured his opening spot.
You would have thought so. A good composed innings from him today.
Yes. Typically opening bat, knowing what ball to leave.
That's so important, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, the skipper's moved. You're going to come back in. No, the skipper's just having a wander around. He's coming back to slip. He's been there all day. Still 2 boundary riders, both now just in front of square. Tucked away fine, well stopped. Sure.
That seems to be a Lewis Goldsworthy go-to shot, doesn't it?
Yes. Tuck it off the hip.
An interesting action, hasn't he, Matt Lamb? He comes in quite quickly, stops, slows down,
Yes.
and then releases. As he starts off with a couple of flicks of the ball, and then runs in and slows down to a walking pace.
Yes.
And then lets it go.
Most bowlers do the opposite. They walk and then run.
Could be a big year for Tom Banton this year. We all know what a quality player he is in the white ball game.
Yeah.
Good to see him emulate that in the red ball.
Yes. Ooh. He missed out there. Short outside leg stump.
Managed to hurt himself somehow as well.
Yeah. They're not taken by Benjamin either.
There we go.
He's hammered that one.
Tom Banton fetched that one.
That's the first 6 of the match.
He was obviously quite clearly disappointed to have missed out on
yes.
the previous one and gave that one the absolute treatment.
Yes. To what is affectionately known as cow corner. If you go to Kilve Cricket Club, they have a model cow with a seat in that corner. Banton not interested in that single. That's the end of Lamb's second over. Somerset have reached 201. Goldsworthy on 33 and Banton on 40.
Interesting race between these two to see who will get to the potentially get to their 51st.
Yes.
And a change of ends for Jake Lintop.
Yes. He's only bowled 14 overs. Obviously needs a bit more bowling.
Well, as a local lad, perhaps mum and dad are in the crowd.
Yes. Queen's College boy. Attacking fielder under the helmet at short leg.
Obviously turning to spin worked for Somerset yesterday hasn't quite had the same benefits for Warwickshire today.
No. Goldsworthy pushing it away to mid-wicket. Again, the 2 fielders out. Both square with a wicket. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Placed. Push down through mid-off. Won't quite reach the boundary. Take an easy 2. Chased by Joe Hull. Tucked around the corner again, this time fielded by Lamb. Defended to a wide ball. Pushed away to mid-wicket. No run. One more ball of this over. Ooh, that caused a little problem. Lifted a little. It goes where he escaped. That's the end of the 69th over of the innings. Somerset 203 for 3. Goldsworthy on 35, Banton on 40. That's not bad. In just over an hour and a half, we've had 25 overs since lunch.
They have been rattling through, haven't they? Are we thinking that Obviously, with the Warwickshire declaration coming at 75 overs, there's a gentleman's agreement to reach that number.
Maybe.
Or? Once again, we get to see Matt Lamb's rather idiosyncratic run-up from the river end.
Tom Banton pushes out to cover.
It almost looks like he's decided that he's not going to bowl it, doesn't he?
Yes.
So it's quite a skip.
I can't run that far anymore.
It's sort of it's very strange. You've got the two flicks of the hand, then he runs in, stops, walks, and then lets it go. Ooh, that's a good delivery.
Yeah, kept it a bit low, didn't it? Well taken.
He stands there with his head in his hands.
Yes. He's lucky it wasn't straight.
And when you're as tall as Tom Banton, that's a long way down.
It is, yes. The way he crouches down in his stance.
Here he comes again. The run, the stop, the walk.
Hammered straight back down. Fielded at mid-off. Banton missed out again.
And we'll remember what happened last time.
Yes, next ball 6. Again, Banton did the fielding. Keeper fumbled it. Banton picked it up and threw it back to the bowler. No, not quite the same as last time, just one to deep square leg.
Certainly haven't seen quite a run up quite like this for a while.
No.
I think Graham Gooch would have done a great impression of it. Obviously, in days gone by, when Graham Gooch used to bowl a little bit, he used to do some impressions, much like Dermot Reeve used to impersonate other bowlers' actions. I think Darren Gough did a little bit of that as well, didn't he?
Yes. Another one wide of the leg stump. Well taken by Benjamin this time.
Towards the end of last season, obviously, Somerset's batting lineup received a fair deal of criticism from certain quarters, but I think everybody associated with the club has got to be happy with how pre-season has gone so far, both overseas and here.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
it's easy to be critical,
isn't it? Particularly from up here.
Yes.
But
and you're not done there doing it.
You know, the batsmen that you would have wanted to score runs have at some point throughout the course of the pre-season programme done so.
Yeah.
Tom Banton's 100 against Glamorgan was very entertaining. And, you know, Tom Abel has been Tom Abel once again for Somerset.
Yeah.
And, you know, Goldsworthy and Ben Green today that we've seen, you know, Jason Kerr's got a bit of a selection headache ahead of that first game against Hampshire.
It's a nice selection headache to have.
Absolutely. When you think the likes of Siddle, Overton, Leach, potentially a fully fit Josh Davey coming into the bowling attack, and then add Matt Renshaw to the list of batters as well. Yeah, it's looking like a powerful squad.
And Lintop coming in now over the wicket. Got 2 out on the leg side and 1 out on the off side. Wide of the off stump.
Didn't quite time that, did he, Tom Banton?
No. Ended up being missed by the cover fielder, picked up by Joe Hull at mid-off. Immaculate forward defensive shot, fielded by the bowler. Now by Graham Lloyd at square leg, having a wander around, eyeing the crowd.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
I mean, he has driven that hard, hasn't he?
But the ball hit the stumps.
I think Lintop got a hand to it, I think.
Yeah, Lintop dropped it. I think Lintop dropped it.
Would you call that a chance? We'll have a look at the replay. Ooh, it's come back at him very quickly, isn't it?
You may call it a drop, and it'd say 4 runs. Good job Goldsworthy wasn't backing up too far.
If If it was Somerset fielding, I would have said that's a great stop. But as it's Warwickshire, I'm saying he's dropped it.
Well, he's a Somerset boy. And that's gone into the pavilion, the Caddick Pavilion, landed on the roof. 6 more for Banton. The second 6 of the inning of the match. And the second 6 of the innings.
That is a super shot, isn't it?
Yes. No effort, was there? Just
absolutely none.
Pump.
Down on one knee.
Yeah, take
and that has gone all the way.
Fetch that.
Ooh.
He's gone.
Attempted reverse sweep.
Reverse sweep, caught it slip. That was a good catch by Hayne.
It was a sharp catch.
Mm.
He did rather potentially telegraph the shot a little bit.
Yeah.
Tom Banton was caught by Sam Hayne off the bowling of Jake Lintott for 47.
An entertaining innings comes to an
Very
end.
good, yeah. 2 6s. He's probably happy.
He'll be disappointed with the manner in which he got out, but as you say, 2 6s. But it was not necessarily an innings style that you would associate with Tom Banton stereotypically. I thought he looked quite solid, quite assured, solid in defence.
Plenty of forward defensive shots. But to be fair, that was a good catch. It would have been easy to have turned away from it. Although he signalled it early.
Mm. And he's come a long way down, hasn't he?
Sam Haynes stood there and let him hit the ball at him. And caught it.
Here's the new man. Is that George Bartlett?
No, I wish they had numbers on their sweaters.
You can't sully the traditional cable knit by putting names and numbers on the back. Just heard the score of Polly. Breaking news of the score in the rugby at Sandy Park between Bath and between Exeter and Bath.
I can't see Bath winning that.
As a Bath fan, neither can I. It is indeed George Bartlett who has made his way to the middle.
I did referee both clubs in my earlier days.
Ah. Back in the days when Bath were good.
Yes. Back in the days when they had Somerset referees.
And this will be a good opportunity for George Bartlett to put his hand up and secure a place in that game at in the opening championship match of the season against Hampshire next week.
But if we're right, he might only have 4.1 overs to do it.
Well, he better get a move on then, doesn't he?
Yeah. Pushed away. Fielded by side bottom. The end of that over. Somerset now 210 for 4. Goldsworthy on 35. And Bartlett, so far having faced 1 ball, still yet to score. And Lintoff now has 1 for 57 off 16 overs.
So with potentially only 4 overs left, are we going to get to that extra batting point, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's nice there's no points involved at the moment.
Matthew Lamb to continue from the river end. To Goldsworthy. No run.
Yeah, Alex Davis has been very busy there at cover. As a specialist wicketkeeper, he's done a lot of work there.
He won't be happy with that, will he?
No. But apparently he was told when he came he was coming as a batsman, not as a wicketkeeper.
Is that right?
Because they already had Burgess and Benjamin.
Isn't it? It was an interesting signing, wasn't it? I suppose from his point of view, if the champions come knocking on the door.
Yeah, and at Lancashire you've got Villas, who's the captain, who's a wicketkeeper, and Butler.
And some fella called Butler who's making headlines elsewhere today.
Yes, he got 100 today, didn't he?
He did. The Rajasthan Royals.
One to Goldsworthy, pushed away to mid-wicket.
Off the hip again. It is a shot. He plays well, isn't it?
Goldsworthy's first ball from Lamb, get pushed away to mid-wicket. No run. That one pushed out to mid-off. No attempt at a single.
Quite easy to tell George Bartlett at the crease with that high bat as the ball comes through to him.
Lintott again. Which is not a surprise, really. He's had a wicket off the 5th ball of his previous over.
He's certainly earned his fruit and flapjack at tea, isn't he?
Yes.
16 overs in the day.
And
a much more orthodox run-up.
Yes.
Ooh. Bill for LBW. Umpire's not interested.
A bit far forward at that length.
Here's the replay.
Yeah. I suspect the ball's going down the leg side. It might have been outside the line when it hit him.
I'm rather biased, though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
take that one.
Absolutely leathered that.
That's gone for 6. Great shot from Lewis Goldsworthy.
They deposited that well and truly into the Ondarchi stand.
Yes.
Down the track, through the line.
That's where I often sit. I could have caught that.
Reaching up for a wide one. Is that going to go all the way for 4? I think it is.
Yeah. Just beat the despairing dive at cover. 10 runs in 2 balls.
I think he's going to be key for Somerset this year, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah. Good player.
And a useful option with the ball as well.
Yes.
Seems to be a genuinely multi-format player too.
He
doesn't seem to have to change his natural game, particularly dependent on the colour of the ball, which is handy.
Pushed to backward square leg. No run. Full toss.
Nicely, and that's going to go all the way for 4 as well.
Which brings,
or is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Which brings Goldsworthy his 50.
Well played, young man.
Chancellor's 50. Well done.
Just the 73 balls for the 50.
It's not a bad rate. On a cold day.
And you could argue that's the sort of innings that Somerset's middle order has been crying out for in the last few years.
But really, apart from Lammonby, all the Somerset batsmen so far have stood up and answered the questions posed, haven't they?
Yeah, indeed.
They've all scored a few runs.
Been very impressive. Been very impressive. Got to feel a bit for Tom Lammonby yesterday. Very difficult conditions. Very windy.
Yes.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen him bat in anything other than a short sleeve shirt. If I'm perfectly honest with you, but he doesn't seem to go for the cable knit very often.
No.
If you see Tom Lammonby in a jumper or Andy Hurry not in shorts, then you know that it's cold.
I spent some time watching Bridgewater Rugby Club, and we've got one chap there who invariably just wears a short sleeve shirt, even in the snow. And pouring rain, he's standing out just watching watching rugby.
Go Lamb continuing from the river end. And that is
driven out for one. I guess George Bartlett off the mark. Another one off his hip for Goldsworthy. Out to deep square, 1 run. Quietly pushed into the covers. Not cleanly fielded, but stopped enough to save the runs. Immaculate forward defensive shot by George Bartlett.
I'm loath to say the Somerset batsmen are looking in control and looking comfortable. I don't want to incur the curse of Stephen Lamb from yesterday, who twice said the batsmen looking assured and comfortable, and within 2 balls they'd both gone.
Yes.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Looking for the gap, and he's found it.
Yep. 4 runs to the scoreboard. Lovely shot from George Bartlett. To a well-pitched up ball.
He's in full flow. He's quite an elegant player to watch, isn't he, George Bartlett?
Yes.
It's a nice little punch, and he's found the gap. Fielder be potentially disappointed with that?
Possibly. Good comeback from Lamb. Pushed back by Bartlett. 211. Is it 211?
231.
231, gosh, we've flown up. 231 for 4. Goldsworthy 51, Bartlett 5. And 74 overs.
Now 74 overs, we're going to find out in 6 balls' time whether or not there is a gentleman's agreement of 75 overs.
And if we take
per side.
If Somerset take 1 run off this over, they can have the scores the same.
Absolutely. Lintop will continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Lewis Goldsworthy on strike.
2 fielders out. Both square with a wicket. 1 more going out, side bottom going out to deep mid wicket. Well stopped by Sam Hain.
Difficult conditions for commentators as well, isn't it? With players wearing each other's jumpers to try and stay warm.
Yes. Yeah, we had 2 22s earlier on.
Yeah, we've got a couple of side bottom jumpers out there, 22, haven't we?
Yeah.
I suppose the beauty of it is we can say who it is and nobody nobody can question it potentially.
No. Lintoff over the wicket. Goes for 4.
There's another nice shot from Lewis Goldsworthy. Yeah. And Somerset lead.
Yeah, the scores will not be level.
Just See the replay of that now.
You had to stretch for it.
Very quick wrists.
Yes.
Very quick
wrists.
Hands. 4 runs. The Somerset lead, 235 for 4.
Defended back to the bowler. Immaculate for a defensive shot.
One for the cameras, potentially.
Yeah. And holds the pose in case anybody's photographing
Holds it. Make sure that Harry's got the photograph. The official club photographer. Got the photo, Harry? Yes, right, up we come. And the way that...
Kept a bit low.
Looked a little bit like Lewis Goldsworthy was going to wander off back to the pavilion then after. But no, looks like they're going to stay out.
They might stick it at till tea. It's only 5 minutes, isn't it?
And then do you expect the declaration to come after the sandwiches, fruit and flapjack?
I would think so, yes. If they want to get any sort of result in the game. Because they've got to give Warwickshire a chance. 2 sessions to score some runs. And then 2 sessions to bowl them out tomorrow.
Difficult, isn't it, in a 3-day game, and particularly a pre-season game?
Yes.
No points on offer, but personal, professional pride?
Yeah.
Do you go for the win? Do
you want batting practice, bowling practice?
And I think Rella van der Merwe, we were speaking to him yesterday, talking about winning becoming a habit. And, you know, you can't just switch it on next week when you go to Hampshire.
It would be nice because they lost to Glamorgan, they drew with Gloucester. It'd be nice if they won this one.
And what a statement that would be against the county champions.
Yes.
Heading into a new season.
Even in a friendly game.
Absolutely.
They certainly don't want to lose it.
No. But I think enough people have put in performances, whatever the result, for I think Jason Kerr and the Somerset coaching staff to be pretty happy with how things have gone over certainly the last 2 days.
Yes. That's pushed away for a single. Lamb bowling again. Played back by Goldsworthy. Fielded by Bartlett.
Although the spinner, he doesn't rattle through his overs, does he?
No.
Lamb.
He could if he cut out the initial few steps.
If he cut out the absolutely pointless run at the start.
Yes. Single to deep square.
Disappointing amount of people on the balconies of the retirement apartments. I mean, flat watch was a big thing and has been a big thing as part of this live stream over the last couple of years.
I suspect it would be cold up there.
I expect so.
It may be behind the windows that we can't see them.
Ooh.
That looks a good ball. Beat the forward defensive shot.
George Butler just rehearsing the shot he should have played potentially.
Yeah. See ball, hit ball.
See how he responds to that one.
He's middle of the next one.
Here comes Lamb. Tucked him up a bit, but he still got it away.
Short arm jab to deep mid wicket for a single. Perhaps 1 or 2 more overs before tea. We were a couple of minutes late starting. The umpires didn't come out until 20 to 2.
Well, they obviously had a decent lunch. That probably duck then, I would have thought.
Yeah. No. It's only Lammerby had that for lunch, wasn't it?
Oh, that is cruel. Too soon. That is too soon. They've got
he
through
has my sympathy. I used to open the batting, and I've had ducks, and I know what it's like. Spend the rest of the innings kicking yourself.
Yeah, I've rattled through the overs quite quickly. Just allegedly 27 remaining in the day.
Mm.
So they're going through them at a fair old pace.
Yes.
Lynch hot again from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, we've had 32 overs already since lunch. Still only 2 fielders out.
And despite what the scoreboard says, I would argue that that is, in fact, George Bartlett on strike.
Yes. They were wrong this morning. They got Abel and Green mixed up once or twice.
It just proves you can't believe everything you read, doesn't it?
Just blame Polly.
I daren't.
I can't blame Polly. A daughter in Yorkshire's watching. Let's hope he doesn't score any runs and it won't confuse anything.
I'm sure the Polly's got it very much under control.
Yeah.
In a few moments' time, it will be magically sorted out.
That's one. Perhaps Lewis has got to get a single now. And that'll square the scoreboard.
That would make that would make everybody's lives a lot easier, wouldn't it? Just the one, please, Lewis. One more ball to go in the 77th over.
Mm. I would make a tee.
I think it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they fancy it. You can see them all slowly
all
walking
going
towards. There we go.
Never mind the umpires. The players have decided it's tea time. And at tea, Somerset 240 for 4, with we make Goldsworthy on 56 and Bartlett on 7. That's distinct from what the scoreboard says.
What we do know is that it is 240 for 4.
And Somerset have a lead of 8. And in that session, between lunch and tea for 2 hours, we had 33 overs, which is very good.
Bet they don't do that next week.
No.
Now, if you're Tom Abel and Jason Kerr, are you declaring at tea?
I would think so. I would.
Give them 2 sessions tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then have 2 sessions themselves to try and knock those runs off?
Yes. It would save 2 overs as well, wouldn't it, if you declare it? Because if they've gone batting another 20 minutes, we lose 2 overs.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
Depends whether they want to be home in time for Ant Deck Saturday night takeaway, I suppose.
Do I have to?
I definitely won't be. I'll definitely find something to do so that I don't have to endure that. But there we go.
Right. We will have a pause for 20 minutes and we'll be back with you at 4 o'clock.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks very much, Tony, and to Spencer for their pre-tea session. It's now back with myself, Ben Warren. I'm delighted to be joined by Jonathan, our member of our commercial team, who was you were in Bath earlier, Jonathan, weren't you?
I was travelling up to Bath this morning with the one and only Max Waller.
Yeah. Part of our Vitality Blast shirt launch. So we've got a declaration here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds. Somerset have declared 241.
Yeah, I saw Lewis Gregory warming up, so it'll be nice to see him have a go.
Looks like he's going to take the new ball from the microscopic pavilion end here, as he did in the first innings. So yeah, Jonathan, you were in Bath, weren't you, with the shirt launch today?
I was, and we were found very, very quickly by Ben Bailey, who is a Bath student, and he was up there ready in his Somerset branded kit, and he found us as soon as Max unzipped his jacket and got the new shirt out. Ben was there, spotted us, and came running over.
Because we were on the other end. We were on the comms earlier, and we couldn't believe just how quickly Max was found. And there was generally we genuinely had no idea, did we, how long it would take. But it was
a bit worried.
Real success that Ben was seeing Max in Bath and went over and got his free shirt.
Got his shirt, got his £250 voucher.
So yeah, thanks to everyone that took part in Where's Wallow. If you went out hunting around the southwest this afternoon, let us know. Thanks to everyone who took part in guessing all of the locations from the graphics we produced.
Yeah, they got progressively harder through the week, I thought.
They did. Our cartoon artists had a lot of fun with those. But, Lewis Gregory here. Is that Alex Davis at the other end?
Alex Davis in Sydney.
Alex Davis facing up. First ball from Lewis Gregory. It's another important step on Lewis Gregory's road to recovery. He's been building it up over the winter. Started bowling again in January after his back problem, but looks to be getting back to somewhere near his best.
Yeah, and how well he bowled. Was it last season? The season before, he was just unplayable at the top of the innings.
Yeah, if he can get back to somewhere near his 2019 form, I think he took over 50 wickets, and particularly in those early games in 2019, he was probably the outstanding bowler on the circuit.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of threat with our seam bowlers, especially with the new ball, and increase now with Siddle coming in. And Abel's had a lot of overs in pre-season.
He has, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, the makeup of the bowling attack for that Hampshire game. Great to see Josh Davey come back and bowl some overs yesterday, and hopefully we'll see some more. I saw him out warming up there during the tea break, so looks like he's going to get some more overs under his belt as well. So.
Yeah, when Davey and Gregory are bowling at their best, they're just so economical, which I think forces the wickets either at their end or the other.
I think you're right. When Somerset bowling attacks at its best, it's a bowling attack that builds pressure and maintains a lot of control throughout a full day of play. So yeah, there'll be. This is a good sight for Somerset fans to see Lewis Gregory opening the bowling.
Has he had a bat in pre-season, Gregory? I don't think I've seen him out there.
I don't think I've seen him myself either, no. I've had one hit.
Yeah, I think the team's really positive. We look at how many bowlers we've got, how many options.
Slight false shot there from Alex Davis, but this pitch is still a very good one. I mentioned earlier Scott Hawkins and his team have done a great job to prepare the pitch in March. That's given us, we're into day 7 now. Still a good pitch to bat on and get the best out of the time we've had out there. And as you may have heard over the effects, mate, it's going to be Josh Davey to open up from the river end. It's great to see him out there. Last time I spoke to Josh, he was a couple of weeks ago, still a little bit. He was progressing well, but still touch and go for these pre-season games. So to see him out there is great news.
I wasn't expecting to see him bowl in pre-season, so this is really positive.
Had a really good T20 World Cup with Scotland, but had to. I think he missed a couple of games, or he got injured.
Yeah.
During that, he was struggling a little bit with a groin injury towards the back end of last summer, but hopefully those injury problems are now behind him.
Good start. Yeah, he did so well for Scotland. He started his Instagram account, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Finally breaking onto social media, Josh Davey. After years of absence. But yeah, 64 wickets last year in all competitions. So it's just, it was his best year for probably in his career in terms of numbers. So. But this will be a good challenge for him bowling it. Class players like Sibley and Davies.
It's pretty good signs here.
Settled in. If you're on the YouTube chat, keep those comments coming in. Any questions you've got for us? Any questions about live streaming in general, or any questions for? Maybe tell us who you think's going to make the side on Thursday. Oh, it's another great delivery from Dave. He just goes past the outside edge.
This is what he does, isn't it? He just bowls on that length, economical bit of movement.
If you had to describe Josh Davey in 5 seconds, it's that nagging length. Good shot.
Just slightly fuller, wasn't it? Did he try and swing that one back in, potentially?
It's not going to quite go for 4. Some comfortable 3. Sibley's off the mark. So where do you see the game? How do you see the game going? Do you think? How long do you see Warwickshire batting here to try and get a result?
I think all the sides through pre-season have just been trying to give as many players a go and time in the middle, so I think they'll just, well, unless they get bowled out, I think they'll just go until enough of their key batsmen have had a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, we might get in. Interesting to see if there is a run chase whether there is a little bit more intensity on the day through. We've seen a couple of years pre-season. That last game does tend to be a slightly more intense affair, but it'd be an interesting day tomorrow. Whether it is just still very much time in the middle, or they do want to. Both teams would be slightly tempted to try and get a win on the board going into next week. Just had a question from Alex. Is Overton available for the first game? I think we're still waiting on exactly that information. Some news coming out of the ECB over the last couple of days about England contracted players' availability. But whilst Craig's not centrally contracted, he is under a programme with the ECB that means his game time is sometimes managed. So, yeah, more to come on that one, I think.
And he's been doing a lot of bowling, hasn't he? He doesn't need the time in the middle as much as this lot do.
Yeah, when you add Craig into this attack, it's certainly... Of course, Jack Leach as well will fall into that. We're not quite sure at the moment of Jack's availability, but talks are ongoing.
Just shaping back in.
Some gentle swing there for Gregory with the new ball.
That's the skill, moving it both ways, which these two can do.
I think I can hear Tractor.
Yeah.
On the effects mic already.
I think he's been almost every day of pre-season, hasn't he?
I mean, I have to say, people that have attended this game, take my hat off. It's been really cold out there, and see so many Somerset fans watch is a credit to the support. We saw some brilliant crowds for the first two games.
Yeah, our first game was warm, wasn't it? And there were lots of people in Darchi.
Shot. Slightly less bobble hats out there than there was yesterday. Jamie High says he's got cricket draft selections to make.
Yeah, this is a new excitement thing.
This is a new. We've got two great games. We've got the WPA Predictions League, which is something that we've done. How do you think Somerset are going to get on this summer? Go to the website, fill out a couple of the questions about what you think. And as Jamie mentions, is the cricket draft, which is a sort of more of a sort of a traditional fantasy cricket game in collaboration with the PCA, and county championship one's available with lots of people been getting their squads set up.
I haven't done my WPA predictions yet, but it's going to be a pretty tough one. I just have no idea what the side's going to be, so picking who's going to come out on top.
You've got until Wednesday midnight to make your selections. Whoever's got the best knowledge wins a membership, as that's going to squirt away for 4. It's well bowled from Gregory, but
Davis came in late.
Davis has got bat on it. It's a very short boundary down there.
Yeah,
quite far over, aren't we? And that, so anything's going to fly down to fine leg region. It's just squared away. fielded there.
Players running pretty quick between the overs to keep warm.
It's got the one time of year where you don't envy being a professional cricketer. A few.
Yeah, I think it was snowing when Peter Siddle, the day he arrived. We had snow here.
Yeah.
And going out to field on day one of this pre-season game, not really when you want to have the ball being smacked to you in the field.
No. No, we did have a few bits of snowfall, didn't we? Not quite in the realms of Nottinghamshire. I don't know if you saw the Nottinghamshire Media Day was very much snow affected, but not quite at that level of snow. But we've got our Media Day on Monday, haven't we?
Yep.
So,
that's quite a big day. Press conferences in the morning. Players in all their new kits.
You see the traditional team photos come out on Monday, and like Jonathan said, the press conference sort of sees an opening press conference. That's edged. It's gonna
not where he was trying to put that, but four nonetheless.
Nonetheless, it's going to roll away pretty comfortably over on that offside.
Yeah, it went low through gully.
So Warwickshire obviously defending champions in this format.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good group of players.
Yeah, you feel they're going to be very strong again.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got a pretty well-rounded side. Looking at their squad today. And side bottom as well now.
Yeah, bowled well. I mean, I remember side bottom played a few years ago against Somerset. I want to say he made his debut against Somerset. He played one of his early games against Somerset Edgbaston and bowled really well. But yeah, it was good to see him out there earlier. Of course, Alex Davis as well was high profile acquisition. He's
that's a
great signing from Lancashire.
Massive signing, yeah.
Played that nicely.
Just soft hands, wasn't it? And with our short boundary,
well fielded.
It is saved. So I wasn't here earlier because I was up in Bath, but does side bottom still have as long locks as he's coming in?
It's different side bottom.
Oh, of course it is.
It's very much right arm over, not left arm over.
Yeah, side bottom would be getting on a bit at the right side bottom.
Be fair effort to. Oh, that's well played. Beautifully driven. It's always a good sign for anyone bat to drive straight down the ground. Yes, really well. Really, really nicely played.
He's quite an attacking player, isn't he? Davis.
Yeah, he played in that quarter final, didn't he, down here for Lancashire Lightning in the.
Look at that shot. Still all the way through it. It's good length.
Warwickshire, 17 for none. Oh, as we can see, Siddle Elliot Siddle, on the new signing. Did an interview with him at lunchtime, which will be airing on tomorrow's live stream.
He'll be just getting over the jet lag, won't
he? Yeah, flew in. I think he arrived on Wednesday. I think he flew late Tuesday night. Arrived on Wednesday night. So around and about the lads on Thursday, and yeah, really great to meet him on Thursday. He was very amenable, and yeah, just excited to watch him play for Somerset. Really, like, it was the interview that he did a great interview with us at lunch, and really buzzing to play for Somerset, and says how much he's loved playing down here for other counties. And
yeah, it's a great acquisition. I mean, he's come off being, what was he, the highest wicket taker in the
Big Bash, yeah,
wasn't he? And then he's performed well for Essex in these conditions well, he's always done well in England, hasn't
he? Yeah, he's got a very repeatable action, hasn't he? And knows what he's doing with the ball. He's not going to mess around, I don't think. As we were harping about earlier, that when Somerset are at their best with the ball, they're creating pressure, and it's easy to see that Siddle will fit in with the, not just as a standout bowler, but as in the type of attack that Somerset want to produce. Mentioned on, I won't spoil too much of the interview, it mentioned this is probably going to be his last year in English domestic cricket, so he's dead keen to go out on a high with another trophy. He spoke about how he's playing this.
Just stay a bit low?
Kept a bit low, yeah. I think you are seeing signs of this pitch just sort of...
Yeah, unsurprising. But it is still playing reasonably well. But yeah, our attack, we've got an economical set of bowlers and so many options, and youngsters coming through. It's quite a good time to be a youngster when you've got Overton, Gregory, Davey, Siddle to learn from. It's a bit tight.
Just rides it well, does Sibley. Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see if the younger players can kick on and really force her a place. We saw Ned Leonard obviously make his debut last year and has looked very good in pre-season.
He's had a fair few overs as well, hasn't he?
Looked very good, and that game against Gloucestershire, the last game, he was a real standout for me. I've been sort of watching a little bit of it.
Yeah, and then Casey coming through. Sonny obviously on the sidelines at the moment. That's a nice shot.
Just guides it away. I don't think you can bowl too short on this wicket and get away with it. Slightly not quite on the money from Gregory, and it's punished.
Yeah, a bit short and wide, but
looks like he's got plenty of time, Alex Davis, so he's a very classy player.
Short player's good on the back foot.
Plenty of strength for Warwickshire, with obviously Robbie Yates isn't playing in this game.
Yeah.
But there's lots of options that they've got in the batting department. He was a real standout of Warwickshire's county championship win, wasn't he, Robbie Yates?
Yeah, did he get a Lions call up?
Yeah, I think it was a Lions call up. Great at occupying the crease, and I think he got 100 against Somerset. Maybe the year before last. Played really well, but last year he kicked on exceptionally well. Looks a really, really good prospect.
got a few opening options, haven't they, Warwickshire, actually? Is Will Rhodes, has he opened that in a bit?
Certainly got a lot of experience in that batting. It's quite. I mean, they just look a great all-round side. I mean, Danny Briggs was a really good sign.
Yeah.
You know, their pace bowling. If Ollie Stone is, you know, it came out in the press the other day about him potentially not targeting Test cricket this year, but wants to play a lot for Warwickshire. That having him and Liam Norwell, Craig Miles, you know, they've got a lot. They've got a lot that they can offer this real tilt at retaining their title, I think.
Yeah, just looking. We play Warwickshire on the 28th of April. Here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough start for Somerset on paper. If they can get
Div 1 is strong though, isn't it?
It's very strong.
There's a lot of strong sides.
Yeah,
but we are one of them.
We are
a really good group.
Yeah, if you compare the like for like from when the Bob Willis Trophy was played and the slightly adapted formats that we've played over COVID, it suddenly looks box office, this Division 1 lineup. Ease into the offside there.
They're just struggling a bit for consistency at the moment. After a couple of player misses early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be really tricky on this surface. I think it's quite a slow surface. I think there's class players like Sibley and Davis are going to find it fairly comfortable. Even against the new ball. Slight misfield there. Jack Brooks.
It's quite a big year this for Sibley, isn't it? Because he made the decision not to travel with the Lions, wasn't it? To work on his technique, work on building for this summer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the way the Warwickshire was set up in terms of scoring big first innings runs, and he's going to play a huge part in that, you'd think.
Solid stop from Van der Merwe.
Warwickshire moved pretty serenely on to 31 with that loss without too much alarm here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
No, they're starting to time the ball pretty well, these two.
Got 20 overs left in the day's play, so probably go to around about just before 6 again, like we did. It's been a sort of a pretty traditional 6 o'clock finish so far. Every day of pre-season, we've not had too much issue with bad light, so we should get another at least hour and 15 in, I would have thought. For those just joining us on the stream, thanks for tuning in. We've got we're back on our live stream on the 14th of April for the first proper game. It's Essex. We've got our commentary lineup, which includes Peter Trigo back as a club legend. It's quite an interesting field that we've got here. You can see you can tell the type of pitch that this is.
Exactly, yeah.
By the fact that in the 7th over, Somerset got a silly mid off, silly mid on, mid wicket in close.
Yeah.
Just one slip. I mean,
and that has gone through about third slip.
It's always the way. No.
But yeah, it does show to do that this early stage. Silly mid on, silly mid off, short mid wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Gregory's nearly on Abel's right foot as he's going through his
he's really strong.
follow-up. We saw it a little bit this morning when Abel and Green were batting as well, some similar fields. But yeah, I think that this pitch is probably not quite what we'll see for the championship. Scott Hawkins and team have done an amazing job to get this level of pitch ready for the pre-season. Saw Roloff van der Merwe have quite a good bowl yesterday.
Yeah, he's bowled a lot of overs pre-season.
Bowled well, and if Jack Leach weren't to be available for that Hampshire game, then the fact he bowled plenty of overs yesterday would, which I mean he would probably fit in pretty seamlessly into that lineup.
It's just dropped short.
It's the away swinger from Gregory, and Davis has tried to play with soft hands, and yeah, it's one of those that on a slightly spicier wicket, that's
coming up at chest.
Yeah,
just dropped short of his left foot.
Yeah. They're quite close already, aren't they, Steve Davis?
Yeah.
And first slip, they're quite close already. Difficult to advocate them going too much further forward, but
is that Banton at first slip?
Looks like the problem is because they've got their jumpers on. It's quite difficult from up here to identify them all. I think that is Tom Banton, especially when they got beanies on.
Yeah,
can't even see what their haircut.
Beanies and sunglasses. Oh, that's.
I was just going to say
that
they brought in another mid-wicket there, and
that's actually nearly carried to him pretty flat.
Sat up, didn't it? It really did sit up, and Sibley's given it the kitchen sink and straight out. I think that's Van der Merwe.
Yeah. It's done well to take that straight into his hands, because it's
not the sort of thing you want in this current climate. Oh, it's Gregory's gone for the bouncer again.
And he's got away with it. So he's gone for 2 short balls in a row. And there just isn't the pace in the wicket. You can see from both of those. So.
Interested to see if Marchant DeLange has given the ball, if there is anything he can.
Yeah, if anyone's going to extract it, it'll be him.
Well timed, just going to run away. Just on the hip from Gregory. It's not going to cause the likes of Davis too many problems, that sort of delivery on this pitch. Just moves across. It's 40 without loss.
Davey's going to start his 4th. 3 overs for 20. Josh Davey, 4 overs for 20.
Interesting to see whether they do give him a slightly longer spell than they did in the first innings, just to build him up.
Try and get into a rhythm.
Yeah, I think.
Oh.
Chinese cut there from
Yeah.
Sibley.
He's just not played that quite with a straight bat, has he? And that's slightly...
Yes, where Sibley has got himself into trouble, hasn't it?
Yeah.
When he's playing international cricket. But I think he's almost been done from that sort of lack of pace on the pitch to throw his hands through the ball.
Not timed, but through the covers. They will go for 2.
It's just starting to cloud over here in Taunton. Might mean that light has a bit of a part to play in the next hour or so, but we do have the floodlights, of course. They've not been turned on yet this summer, so
So shaping it in, they've got 2 short mid-wickets for Davey. So not going with the quite straight field.
yeah, we saw this a lot in the first innings. These 2 mid-wickets were a common feature, and there we go. Tom Abel's in the game already. Yeah, commentary team this summer on the live stream. We've got delighted to be joined by Peter Trigo, as I mentioned, but we've also got Charlie Taylor, Sam Darling, Sophie Luff will be joining us, who was here yesterday, Stephen Lamb, and Harry Everett. So got a Somerset TMS style team of 6. They'll be our regular commentators throughout the summer as it's driven away by Sibley. 2 full from Davey, and
Yeah, let's pick that gap, extra cover. That was a half volley, wasn't it?
Josh Davies gone for 30 off his 3.5.
Yeah.
He's not bowled badly.
But he hasn't had the match practice for the others. Oh, that's an absolute beauty, though.
That's what he can do.
That is. That's such a nice length. Oh, God, that's... He still played at that quite hard, didn't he, Sibley? Even though he's...
Yeah. Let's see. Lewis Gregory continue from the Marcus Scottish Pavilion end to his 5th over. Figures are none for 20 so far from his 4. Slightly short again, and just forced away from Alex Davies. On this pitch, if you bowl that short, it's pretty easy pickings.
Yeah, he's timed that well.
You see the sun reappear. Shadows of the floodlights right on Lewis Gregory's run-up mark.
been having a few calls in the office, so we know there's quite a few members that are going to travel to the Hampshire game.
Yeah. Yeah, some Somerset supporters are very well attended. A lot of the away grounds.
Same again, yeah.
Rinse and repeat. This one maybe even shorter than the first.
That's flown all the way to the far fence.
Yeah, that's when you play over this side of the wicket. It means someone's got to go probably 100 so yards to go and go and retrieve it from the.
That is Abel.
Yeah.
Leaning over the covers so he doesn't put holes in it with his spikes.
But yeah, I'd imagine there'd be quite a lot of Somerset fans at the GS Bowl.
Yeah, possibly more than Hampshire.
I couldn't possibly comment on Hampshire's support, but it'd be chilly, I'd imagine, at the GS Bowl on 7th of April.
Yeah, so if you are a member and you're going to Hampshire and you haven't got your membership card yet, just take your confirmation email and they will let you in, or a previous membership card, and Hampshire have said that they will let you in the member areas there, which you might need because it might be a bit chilly.
Yes. Yeah, we the team in the office are working on getting those membership packs out very, very soon. They've told him.
That's a nice length, and he's just gone back to a sort of good length ball there, I think. Did it stay a bit low?
Breakthrough for Gregory, yeah. It looks like it was a sort of slower delivery, or it's taken the off stump out of the ground. But
I think he's just gone back to a full.
Back, yeah. That's the sort of length, that's the sort of line that the Gregory we've been looking for on this wicket. Warwickshire lose their first, 58 for 1, lead by 49. But a nice little knock from Alex Davis, a 30. I'm sure he'll feel like he's in pretty tidy nick after a few nice boundaries there.
Yeah, we timed the ball well.
Get to 30 in pre-season, you'd probably be pretty happy with that, despite the dismissal. See Will Rhodes come out to bat. It's bathed in sunshine now. All of a sudden, it was looking pretty gloomy 10 minutes ago.
Trying to work out what bat he's using. Don't recognise it.
I don't recognise that one.
Gregory coming round the wicket to the left-hander. So we've got a point fielder quite close there.
Yeah. That's Abel, isn't it? In there,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got still retaining the two mid wickets.
Yeah, two short mid wickets. That point fielder, you don't see as someone fielding in that position.
Quite unusual. Whether that's a catching position or. There's a man out at deep square leg for the clip off the hip. So just a single to get off the mark for Rhodes, but. Whether Gregory is going to try a few short balls. Not sure it's going to prove that effective, but...
Yeah, he bowled 2 short balls to Sibley, didn't he, in the last over. And now we've got 3 short mid-wickets.
Yeah, the 9th over of a...
You've got only 3 fielders on the offside, one of them a slip, so you imagine he's going to bowl pretty straight here.
That's a pretty interesting field. I don't know if
Deep square leg, long leg. Oh,
that's well bowled.
So it looks like he's going to bowl very straight, and he's bowled a beauty outside off, which Sibley didn't quite get across to.
As we see on the screen now, we've got slow motion replay of that.
Oh,
it's
he
an
chops
inside
on.
edge, yeah. See, that is the beauty of having the slow mo.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's a good picture, that. It didn't really keep low, did it? I think he's just gone back to a...
Just sort of, yeah, I mean, it's kept a little low, I
Yeah,
think,
I suppose
but
it
it's
has.
actually the leg stump that's gone, look like
Yeah.
it's well bowled from Gregory. And I think him striking with the new ball for Somerset, if he's going to open the bowling, I know Craig Overton and Josh Davey open the bowling, but for me, I think if Lewis Gregory's taking wickets with a new ball, and Craig Overton, Josh Davey, Peter Siddle, I think Somerset have got a real chance of being successful, and I think Gregory for me is a real key man, on that bowling attack, because I think that the others you know what you're going to get.
So here's a man at deep square. Yeah. Does Siddle take the new ball?
I wouldn't have thought he would. But yeah, I think they've got options. They've got options. I think that's the great thing, and that's when, I guess, when in 2019 when Somerset had that real tilt for the title, they had Gregory, they had Overton, they had Davey, and at all times, different conditions. They each opened the bowling on different occasions.
Yeah, and with the schedule, there's going to be rotations, I'd imagine. There's so much cricket through the summer.
There is, you're right, and we, with the contract that Craig has with the ECB, there is some management of his workload, so we know that Craig's probably not going to play every game for us across all formats. But
and actually, that's a difference this year, isn't it? We've got that depth, though when one of them isn't around, you've got a pretty good player to fill in.
Having a couple of issues with one of our cameras. We're still very much in test mode with the live stream this year, so we're not quite at the level of sophistication that you'll see on the April the 14th game against Essex, both in terms of commentary but also in terms of camera work. As I can see on one of my screens, there's someone trying to fix a cable in one of our cameras, so this is exactly what pre-season is all about. As I can see, yeah, Scott Tomlin's our analyst. Yeah, we can see him there on screen. Scott's done a great job to get up and running with his side of things. Scott's our team analyst, who some of his cameras that we borrow for the, like that camera on the right there on your screen, if we're going to show. Yeah, we can see it now. That camera there is a sort of a dual purpose camera. It sort of is used for analysis purposes, gets sent back to the ECB and for team meetings and analysis, but we also pinch it for our live feed. So a couple of issues with that over the course of pre-season, but starting to get that up and live today, which is good. So yeah, lots happening with the live stream, and massive shout out to Henry and Andrew, who have been down on our terrace all pre-season, particularly in yesterday was Baltic, so massive hats off to those guys. They did a great job. So we can see a couple more of our cameras coming on screen now. Yeah, coming on screen. A couple more. There's our camera operator. I think that's Andrew. I can't really see, but I think that's Andrew.
Could he hear us? Yeah, there we go.
There he is, but a little bit of a wave. Does a great job operating our new camera, actually. New camera for this year. slight upgrade. So yeah, I mean, pretty tough conditions for a camera operator. They've done great. So
here we go. If anyone's going to extract something out of this pitch,
a cheer from Tractor.
Yeah,
the crowd
he likes that decision.
March and Delanga is given the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end to make an impact.
There's something about it, isn't it? When someone who's got the pace comes onto bowl, it's pretty exciting. Makes you pay attention. Here we go.
Oh,
it starts with the short one straight away.
It's a no ball. You can see him there running. I think he's still pretty cold. His march on it.
So he's bowled him a short one off a yard shorter pitch as well. It's great value, Marchand, isn't he? He's always smiling. He's always in a good mood. He's got to be great for the dressing room.
So we can see James Rue, Somerset youngster, who's lit up the Under-19 World Cup recently, watching on.
Great delivery.
Stellanger's just started slowly getting into his rhythm.
Yeah, James Rue had the gloves, didn't he, in the first game?
He did. Yeah, I think he had the gloves. Sorry, in the secsecond game.
Second game,
yeah. Did a great job actually. Was fairly accomplished, and
because he didn't keep in the Under-19 World Cup, did he? Someone else?
I believe he did. No.
So he was playing as a batsman, and
took a couple of good catches. If I remember
yeah,
right.
he did. Come charging in from long on, wasn't it?
Yeah,
which is quite a crucial one.
Pretty dynamite in the field during that tournament, as well as some really impressive performances. And I know he's rated extremely highly by the coaching setup here.
Yeah.
So
exciting prospect.
Massively exciting for Somerset. It's good length and line from Delanga.
Tractor likes it.
Tractor likes it, yeah. You can hear. Don't know if you guys at home can hear Tractor on your effects mic, but Tractor's coming. He's not missed a day, I don't think, of pre-season as yet. Short from Delanga.
Not timed.
Not timed, but in control from Sibley. To the left hand of Rhodes on strike. So again, we'll have a look at the field, how that changes. It's more conventional than it did for Gregory. Still a man out at sort of long leg there.
Yeah, and square leg is coming in on the one, bringing in a couple more behind the stumps.
Yeah,
a slip and two gullies, sort of more like a fifth slip.
Yeah, still not what you'd be normally used to over 11 of a championship innings, but it certainly.
And that one has turned the corner. It's gone to the boundary at square leg.
Gone for 4. Just clipped away nicely from Rhodes. Moves on to 6. Warwickshire 68 for 1 for 11 overs. So going at a fair lick here.
So we're seeing another change now. Is that Leonard?
Looks like we are. Looks like we're going to see. Looks like we're going to see Ned Leonard. Yeah.
Handing over cap jumper, which they're doing again now.
Yes. Yeah, it seems like pretty much everything's back on the table.
Ball from the river end, number 19, Ned Leonard.
I think this would be another important spell for Ned. Actually, he's done incredibly well over pre-season, but he needs to keep putting in those spells and keep knocking on the door. And I think he's
getting a lot of overs under his belt. Abel's trusting him, giving him a lot of work.
Been the real standout, I think, from pre-season in terms of those younger bowlers. So, is it whether he's done enough to get a gig at the Ageas Bowl? We'll only wait and see. But he's certainly given himself every chance to be in the squad, I think.
Oh, that's a beauty first up. That's a Jaffa, isn't it? That's just missed the bat and the stumps.
It just looks in really good rhythm. It looks like it's coming out from fairly easily, and it doesn't look like he's over exaggerating himself. It's just
still taken low down by Davis. Leaves that one alone.
Caught up with Ned just only a couple of days ago and saying when he went to Abu Dhabi with the squad, it was his first full pre-season tour, and how much he really enjoyed bowling in different conditions out in Abu Dhabi, out dealing with the heat and learning off some of the more experienced bowlers of how to bowl in the nets out in 35-40 degree heat. So I think he really feels a big part of this squad now, which is great to see.
His first 3 deliveries certainly on the money.
One of those bowlers that's come through the Somerset Academy and always been very highly thought of, and it's just that transition. I mean, he's made his 50 over debut and made his championship debut now, so this is a great opportunity for him to really kick on. And
plays his cricket at Bridgewater, doesn't he?
He does,
Through his whole youth.
Yeah, he's moved over from Middlesex, I believe it was, when he was not too far into his cricketing journey. It's another good delivery.
Yeah, almost finds its way through.
It's a really tidy first over from Nadan again.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy bowling pace on this wicket, so
yeah, that's a great start. He's bowled every ball on a good length.
I think we saw in the Gloucestershire game out when he bowled with a new ball, he bowled Chris Dent with a beauty of a delivery, cartwheeling stump.
Is that the one the photos of the stumps went?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to like about his action. I think there's a lot of to like about his character. So I think when he was given a pitch that was slightly more responsive, I think you really saw what he would be capable of in English conditions with a new ball or a newish ball.
Comes to Lang. Oh, he's tried to duck out the way of that and it hasn't got up, and he's nearly worn it. Banton seemed a bit excited, like he might have got something on it.
I think Banton was suggesting it might have been quite close to the gloves.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
This is sort of real sort of slingy action is DeLang, and just sort of scuttered through there.
Oh, and he tries again, and he attempts the pull that time under edge.
Well, Dallas is exactly the sort of on a pitch where Dalanger is going to be used. If we saw a pitch like this during the summer, Dalanger, if he was playing, would be used to make something happen. And he certainly has this over so far.
Yeah, and you see that the batsman, he just holds back, doesn't he? He doesn't quite go forward because he's been tested with 2 short balls. And then he bowls a full ball and he's a bit stuck in his crease. Good little period here for Somerset.
Yeah, just dragging that run rate back a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously pre-season is not about the end results and the numbers, but I think it would be of great confidence building if they can pick up wickets during this innings, and give them a boost if they can take wickets in these conditions. Then if they get their processes right, then they have every chance at the Ageas Bowl on Thursday of causing problems for the Hampshire batters.
Oh, again.
Good footwork from
Yeah, he's kicked it away.
Get that in slow motion, Dan. He's got the thumbs up. The director, Dan, has got the thumbs up, so we might be able to see that in slow motion in a couple of minutes' time. It's good footwork from Rose. 70 for 1 after 13.
Couple of maidens in a row. Was it? Oh no, they turned one down to fine leg.
As we see on the screen, the short delivery from Dalanger.
Let's see if he got something on it.
Was it close to the glove? I don't think it was, but
ooh,
yeah, oh, it's good,
God,
well directed short ball
yeah.
from Dalanger. It's not played that particularly comfortably.
No. Yeah, I think we'd only know if he touched that if we had Snicko.
Maybe next year.
Clip nicely down to, I think that's Casey Aldridge.
We are still looking at a speedometer. It's been a slightly interesting project.
I'll get the players talking.
We had a trial of it one last year, and a few of the bowlers weren't
Yeah.
particularly happy
Oh, really?
with the numbers that are being displayed. There's quite a lot of work going on at ECB to get speed guns installed at county games. So yeah, we are still working on one that we can have.
Yeah, you caught Sonny, didn't you, for one of the one-day cup matches? Was that
correct? Yeah.
Was it the Cooper Associates in the numbers?
Yeah. We've a trial went round all 18 counties, and the ECB, and we are working with analysts and coaches to try and improve the accuracy and understand. That's a good stop from Leonard. So bowling, and as you can see, that's definitely not 100 miles an hour, but we can have a play around with that. If the data was pulling through, that's where that would display. But at the moment, we haven't got the speed gun in place to do it. Oh, that's well timed. It's really well timed from Rhodes.
Yeah, he split the fielders.
Just straying there is landed onto the pads. It's as we mentioned earlier, it's a really short boundary over that side, so it's not going to take a lot to, as we see on the replay, a little clip away. It hit the rope before anyone's really had a chance to move around. Well, it's 75 for 1. Got a comment from Thomas on the live chat. Sibley needs a warning for his backing up.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
So we'll have to investigate that one, Tom. See if we can get a message down. They changed the rules, haven't they? There's something around the spirit of it's no longer deemed against the spirit of
no. It's
cricket.
yeah, very much allowed. Oh, he's
Ball dropped.
It's flown quickly to Banton. He's moved to his left.
It's always tough to first slips left.
A painful one.
I think firstly it's very well bowled. It's exactly the line and length on this wicket. I think what's done for Banton here is that he's taken him 3 or 4 steps closer because of the pace of the pitch. He's trying to make sure that it doesn't fall short, and the result in that it's gone really quickly to him, really quickly to his left. Don't think it's the keeper's catch.
And he has gone off Banton now, so that's
so hopefully
not
that's
a good sign. It's hopefully just precautionary because it's taking him on the left hand.
Yeah, not good. Not a good sight. Not a good sight, unfortunately. Hopefully it's just a quick repair job and back out there. But I think that's the downside of fielding so close. It's slipped because you're trying to get to it before it.
Yeah,
slow pitch.
I guess they're closer in for the defensive shot because it's not going to carry. But he was fully driving at that, wasn't he? So it has flown.
Yeah.
So Abel's taken Banton's place at slip now.
As we see some fancy footwork from Will Rhodes. Very nice.
Gregory's now moved into slip. Abel's taken up position at short mid-wicket.
Confirmation from Lady Bladebinder. Mankad in his okie dokie now. Very well. When Rhodes is next on strike, let's zone in on
Lady Bladebinder is a frequent viewer, I believe.
Yes. Very lucky to have a lot of people that watch the stream, and we rewarded with some of our regulars with the spanner tool. Well driven to mid-on.
Goldsworthy in the game.
Sibley on to 32. Short. Don't think Longlegs saw that. He ran away. Not sure he would have got there anyway.
No.
It's gone down again with short boundary, and he's well in control of that. Is Sibley moves to 36. Warwickshire 81 for 1 now, leading by 72. Again. $15 done here at Taunton. 80. So we can see Tom Banton. Yeah, looks like he's just having a little bit of
just icing it, isn't he? I think.
Icing that hand. Hopefully that doesn't. Hopefully ice just means it's bruised, or I'm sure if there was anything he wouldn't risk being out there for a pre-season game. So hopefully that is just a precaution and it's just a bit of a bruising. And it's just a bit of a protection against it flaring up. Ned Leonard's bowled his third. Been impressive so far this spell.
Yeah, he's bowled nice lengths. Sibley just clipping it for one into extra cover.
Right, so should we try and look at Dom Sibley's backing up on the basis of Thomas' claim?
Good point from FSM. Yeah, it's
can't call long leg. Just needs to be
not that length.
Just leg.
Yeah, that's gone fine.
Nicely tickled around the corner.
I'll tell you what, even if Sibley is backing up, a man-cad in pre-season would be pretty low move.
Probably change the tone of how the next day would play out. I fear.
That was something else in pre-season. I wonder if we'll see it though in the main competition.
Well, yeah, I know.
Have you seen it happen here?
Well, I wasn't. It was just before I started working here, but there was obviously the very famous Alex Barrow, Gareth Batty, Murali Kartik.
Yes.
Incident. That's probably the most famous one I can remember from here. Obviously, a former player, Joss, was involved.
Oh, stop that well, Steve Davis. I don't know if that was off his glove or his hip.
Yeah, Steve Davis, who of course recently signed a contract extension.
Yeah.
Great to see Steve Davis with us for this year and at least for next year as well. One of the most reliable on the circuit. And it's still got a huge amount to offer with the bat, hasn't he?
He's very reliable.
Very reliable.
And another option to open the batting if needed.
Yeah, 100%. He's done it on a few occasions now. And I always remember 100 he got actually against Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. I think that was 2019. I think he got 200s at Warwickshire against Edgbaston 2019 and the COVID year 2020. The one in particular in 2019 when Somerset had a brilliant win up at Edgbaston, that put themselves right in the shout of winning it. His 100 on that in that first innings was a brilliant 100. Okay, so we're able to look at Dom Sibley's backing up. So Somerset fans, what do we think? Not sure it's Mancad pre-season worthy potentially. Just had a comment on the chat, how many overs are remaining. So we have 10 overs remaining. So it's normally, probably going to be about 45 minutes. They have sort of done it mainly over the pre-seasons where we sort of play till about 6 o'clock, and they sort of make sure that the overs and the times sort of match up to 6 o'clock. So it's in probably about another 45 minutes of play here.
We haven't had one day shortened by weather.
been very lucky this pre-season. Very lucky. We'll no doubt get the 8 scheduled days of cricket, and Somerset have obviously had games in Abu Dhabi as well, so preparation has been really unaffected by the weather. We've not even had one rain delay yet, let alone Delanger's in there, punched up to mid-on.
Yeah, it's one I've wondered with the step count of players doing a day in the field, particularly bowlers. I mean, I know when I got my step counter on my watch and played the first game last summer, and it was up at 37,000 steps or something. I'm sure the players will be doing way more than that, but it does blow your mind how far these guys go.
So for those that don't know, Jonathan's a regular for Taunton Dean, aren't he? Taunton Dean Cricket Club and the Somerset Indoor Office League.
Yeah, difficult side to get into. You've won that the last.
Yeah, we had a good chat about this on air earlier.
Did you?
I think even had some of our averages put up on the screen. So.
Very loud, no. It's kind of the Aussie way, isn't it? They've started the very vocal, loud calling of runs to impose yourself at the crease. Steve Smith, Labuschagne, and I know the likes of Billings and are very loud when they're out in the middle as well. Oh.
It's good length again. But on your point about the GPS, I think did Tom Abel say the other day it was 27k or something?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was more than a marathon. I think it was more than a marathon. What he said. So maybe a bit more. I don't know.
Can't remember exactly, but I know that they are. He said they're allowed. They're allowed to have the GPS bands on during Championship cricket.
Yeah, they've got something on their back, haven't they? They wear something on there underneath.
Yeah.
Because they can't wear smart watches for obvious reasons, because they could get messages from the dressing room, but can be tracked in other ways.
A lot of unbelievable the amount of data that's now captured in terms of players' performance in county cricket.
What would be your bet on who moves the most in the team out in the field? Abel's normally running around quite a bit.
I would have thought Tom Abel's going to be pretty high up on that list. Just had a comment coming in, was away making a brew. What happened to Tom Banton? Well, he missed a catch at first slip, diving to his left. A real tricky chance, having moved closer to try and combat the sluggish nature of the pitch, and appears to have hurt his left hand in the process. So he's just in the changing room at the moment, getting a bit of treatment. Hopefully it's nothing too problematic. As we can see, Jonathan's indoor cricket stats displayed on the stream by Dan, our director.
I haven't seen these before.
Yeah. Besser goes 3 for 4 against Taunton Aldi. Do you remember that one?
No, I don't know.
With your leg spin.
I can't remember what I was bowling. I can't control the seam up. Those wind balls inside swing so far. It's a nice length. You mentioned Gareth Batty earlier, because I always enjoy it when he comes to play here because it adds a bit of something, doesn't it? When we play against Surrey. But he's now retired, isn't he? He's coaching.
Yes.
So we're not going to see him on the pitch. I wonder if he'll be walking around the boundary and he'll still get a little bit of chat. But he's brilliant value when he comes to play.
Yeah, I mean, I think even as recently as sort of 2019, he played a T20 down here, and I remember Peter Trigo hitting him for a couple of sixes, and you know, their battles. They've had plenty of battles over the years, and you know, even as recently as a couple of years ago, it was still ongoing. So, just I mean, he was playing Test cricket in 2004, I want to say. I think he played in the game Brian Lara hits 400. I think he might have bowled the ball that Brian Lara got either the record or it was 400. But
that's harsh. That's his claim to fame in your head.
That's his claim to fame in my head. But he's also done plenty of damage against Somerset over the years in all forms of cricket.
It shows how good a bowler he was because he never really batted, and he's kept his place in the side as a spinner.
He was always a very fierce competitor, and he was well up for it as a spinner. It reminded me a little bit of Don Bess in that kind of, you know, really kind of made it a battle between the batter and the bowler. Stream of people coming into the ground.
Yeah, and throughout the season we've got the after tea price, haven't we?
We do, yeah. That's a really good point. But during the regular season, people want to pop in after tea. We do have that price. As you can see, Jason Kerr
and Lachlan Stevens, our new batting coach.
The new batting coach, who's touched down from Australia. Signed a 2-year contract with Somerset. Full details are on the Somerset website. But rich pedigree of coaching out in Australia, and
and he's won titles out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think it was seen as a real coup for the club to be able to attract that sort of character and have a CV like he does. So I only met him very briefly the other day for the first time, but
he's popped in the office, said hello to everyone.
I think that's really nice, what the culture that Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr and Tom Abel created. They very much want to involve the players and coaches with other elements of the club. Often when new recruits come in, like Lachlan did, Andy Hurry was taking him around the ground, introducing him to all the staff, all the non-cricket staff, which is lovely to see. As we see Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, Casey's having a go. Tried a Yorker there.
Bowled a few of these in the first innings. I believe he started his spell in the first innings with 3 or 4 Yorkers in a row, but to me, slightly changed his action since I last saw him. Be interested to see your take, J-Lo.
He's another tall bowler, isn't he? So
just seems slightly less front on. He seems to be running through the crease a little bit more than.
Is Ollie Sale out there today? I don't think I've
seen Ollie Sale. No, I think he played in the last game.
He bowled 7 overs, I think. He's trying another Yorker. There we go. There's a bit of fight. Did Lady Bladebinder enjoy that one? It's the wrong end, but he's threatened to throw the stumps down.
Just looking at Tom Banton over to my right. He is still in the changing room. Still with his whites on, so hopefully he can is able to pop back out.
Another full one.
Another full delivery.
George Bartlett getting down on the turf.
Just had a comment from Mike, one of our regulars again on the YouTube chat, just back from Monkton Elm Garden Centre. He's predicting a big run chase tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they go for it.
I think it'll be a nice end to the pre-season campaign. I think they've had all of the batters and bowlers have had a pretty good workout, I think.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? It's been shared around. A lot have had a go. Maybe it's time to enter that match scenario sort of practice. Thinking about runs per over.
I think that makes sense. I think if I were Tom Abel, I'd be having a chat with Will Rhodes and trying to use tomorrow as, like you said, it's that match scenario intensity build up. I think they've done the physical, the mental.
Yeah.
I think they've ticked that off this pre-season. Everyone's had time in the middle. But I think that's the only thing they'll want now is to have some form of competitive final day. See some of the fans. That again is very cold, so
yeah, coffee needed.
Not quite seen the numbers this game as we have for the first two, which is massively understandable. But amazing effort for those people that sat out there in the cold.
Yeah, and the Stragglers is open if you do want to warm up with a coffee on match days and Wednesdays. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you see the skipper.
Going to give himself a little run out at the end of the day.
Going to give himself. Got 7 overs remaining here, so we might make it till finish just slightly before 6. We might play on till 6. A lot of these friendlies are kind of make it up as they go along in terms of these regulations.
Has he gained a yard of pace, Abel, do you think?
Yeah, 100%.
Working hard on it. Oh. Good stop by Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
Getting down on the floor.
Bobble-hatted Jack Brooks.
It's the only one of the seamers I think that we haven't seen have a go, isn't he?
Yeah, correct, yeah. I'm sure we'll see him at some point.
And he's been bowling really well, hasn't he?
He has. He's had a good pre-season. He took 5 wickets out in Abu Dhabi in a T20, but also looked pretty threatening with that new ball.
So many headaches with the selection of bowlers and batters, of course, but bowlers, yeah. Five days' time until the Hampshire game.
Starting to get exciting now.
It is. That one has done its best to sneak under the bat.
I think we're going to see that ever present throughout the rest of today's playing tomorrow. We're going to see the ball. Yeah, great effort, a brilliant effort from Scott Hawkins and his team to get this standard of get a pitch that survived 8 days.
Yeah,
pitches are obviously very difficult to produce at this time of year with the weather, but there's so much cricket being played on this ground this summer. There's so much to look forward to for us and for the spectators. But for Scott, there's a huge amount of pitch usage this year. So to get 8 days out of one.
Yeah, and there's so much that goes into it. When Scott gets talking about it, it's really interesting. Talking about the moisture underneath the first layer and how he works the wicket to get it through 4 days, and he travels around, always increasing his knowledge because he knows all sorts about pitches, not just cricket pitches, sports pitches up and down the country.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what pitch we get here on the 14th of April. Really interesting. I know, obviously the points deduction of last year is no more. So in theory, there's a little bit more flexibility with the type of pitches that can be produced, but
there is one covered up, isn't there? I wonder if that's the one they're protecting.
It would make sense.
So it's sort of 3 strips over from the one we're playing on here.
Yeah, we having a chat in the press box yesterday. Simon Harmer's obviously in the Essex setup, but he's playing for South Africa at the moment.
Is he?
Yeah, he did. I saw a wicket he took the other day. Was spun and bounced, just as we've been used to seeing in county cricket for the last.
So he's playing for South Africa, which means that he's not trying to earn his years to get qualified for England. Then is that true?
He's gone back to play for South Africa. I think we were saying in the press box that the last test ends on, I think it was the 12th of April.
Okay.
So whether he would get back in time to play for Essex or not too sure. Might be tight if the game only finishes on the on the 12th. He wouldn't be flying until the 13th. So I would say it was unlikely.
And that's a test match as well, so it's coming from 5 days to another 4-day game. That's not easy.
Yeah, might be something that we could expect Essex not to have Simon Harmer for. But
is Carl Abbott with them this year?
Carl Abbott's with Hampshire. Yeah. I saw an interview on Hampshire.
Sorry, the wrong way round.
Hampshire website the other day. Abbott's looking forward to another summer with Hampshire.
He's done well against us in the past, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, I'm lucky enough to be heading to the Aegeus Bowl on Wednesday, and the last time I was at the Aegeus Bowl was unfortunately to witness.
That was
witness Kyle Abbott. I think
he absolutely cleaned up, didn't he?
Yeah, I think.
Has that when he got 9 wickets or something?
It was 19.
19.
Or something, or 18 or 17. 17, I think it was. But yeah, it was. It was a remarkable display of that. I don't think it's probably the best display. I've been watching cricket here for years and working here.
I remember watching that
for 8. This would be my 8th season, sort of covering Somerset, and I think that's got to be the best fast bowling spell I've ever seen live. And it just happened to deny us another.
Yeah.
In another way.
Talking of tall fast bowlers, is Morning Morkel playing again this year?
I think he's done.
He's done now.
I think he's done, yeah. But yeah, that game in 2019 against Hampshire was a fascinating game of cricket. A lot of people obviously remember Kyle Abbott, but Liam Dawson got a very good 100 in the first innings, and James Vince an excellent 100 in the second. So there were sort of 3 outstanding performances that unfortunately stopped Somerset from. Because if they won that, they would have. Yeah. They may have even claimed the title at the Aegeus Bowl. Yeah. I remember when we went down to the Aegeus Bowl that September that there was a possibility that we were going to watch the game that Somerset won the championship. Obviously, it was not to be, and then the Essex game came around and rain and frustration there. But I do remember that last time I went to the Aegeus Bowl was certainly very exciting at the start.
Casey's bowling quite nicely, yeah. Oh, Butler's come in for a shy at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, 100 up for Warwickshire, but Somerset have just tightened this up. I think they're bowling drier than they did with the new ball, trying to frustrate the batters.
I mean, yeah, on wicket now, you like you say, it's what was this 7th day playing on this pitch? How are you trying to get batsmen out here? Because we've seen pretty much one slip all innings.
Yeah, as we look at the bowling card on screen, they've 6 bowlers used already, and you're likely to see the likes of, if not this evening, probably if you were trying to get wickets, you'd be looking at your spinner now, I think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Even in, we are only in the 2nd of April, but I think even in on this sort of occasion you would be.
Nice, cleanly hits.
It's well timed again from Sibley. That's 50 up for him, I believe, if the scoreboard ticks over.
Yeah, it will be. He's batted nicely. He's only played and missed it a couple. Won the Chinese cut that went down near the leg stump. Not sure you can call it that anymore.
Yeah, he's played really nicely. Looks like he's eyeing himself up for a big summer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in Dom Sibley's shoes, you'd be thinking that this is a summer full of opportunity.
Massive opportunity, yeah. Well, just openers up and down the country. I think it's a massive opportunity if you're English.
Yeah. I think with
probably stretch it beyond that actually.
Players,
beyond the,
players, any county player, if you qualify for England. 4.5 overs here to go this evening, so we aren't we're gonna be well short of that 6 o'clock. But don't be surprised if they do carry on, bowl a few more overs. But just have to wait and see. So yeah, potentially 20 minutes of cricket. We've got
that's fielded by Goldsworthy at backward point. He's sort of made that position his own, isn't he, Goldsworthy? He's always at point, I find, in the.
He's a very good fielder. Yeah, Somerset have got a great set of players that are strong in the field, and Goldsworthy's a real live wire in there.
It is, isn't it? Even our bowlers, you see on 2020 when you got Craig Overton, that long on or whatever, even our bowlers are top fielders.
But I think you're right. Tom Abel's definitely put on a yard of pace, and he'll definitely bowl a lot of. Definitely bowl a lot of overs this summer. I don't think that's.
Yeah, he's got a huge amount of work ahead of him this summer.
Yeah, I think
all formats, bat and ball.
These are the types of situations where the likes of Tom Abel will look to create pressure and try to be that partnership breaker. I think Tom Abel's slightly better than a partnership breaker, if you like, but
he is now, definitely.
When you've got the bowling attack of what Somerset do have, then as we see Tom Banton again on screen, still in the change room, looking like he's got a few of the coaches around him there. Hopefully it's not nothing. It looks like it's
there with James Hildreth and Andy Hurry, isn't he?
Yeah, hopefully not too much concern there. For those that are just joining us, took a blow to the hand at first slip about half an hour ago. Went straight off to get it ice. But
yeah, let's hope we see him tomorrow. Let's hope it's just precautionary with a game in 5 days' time.
And he's one who's had a good pre-season.
He's had a brilliant pre-season, yeah.
Batted well again today, and obviously got that 100 in against Glamorgan. So it will be really interesting to see the makeup of that batting lineup. So I know we've spoken about earlier on about the fact that Matt Renshaw isn't available for that first game, and that does create an extra opportunity in there for someone else who would have missed out.
Yeah, I'm wondering is Ben Green a shoo-in now for opening the batting? I think he's done it in each game, isn't he?
I think it's looking ever so likely like it'd be him and Lammonby opening it against Hampshire. I think the question mark of where Renshaw's going to bat.
Oh, that's a beauty. Just didn't quite get his foot to the ball there.
It's a great length. I think that's the length that you need to bowl on this wicket. Of course, shout out for England women in the World Cup final.
Yeah, when's that?
I think it's tonight.
Is it?
I think it's 2 o'clock. Well, tomorrow morning, I think.
They've had, I mean, it's been some comeback from the start of the competition.
Yeah. I believe they've made the game free to air.
Have they?
Yeah, I think it's going to be on YouTube.
Yeah, they cruised pretty easily in their semi-final. Was it Danny Wyatt got 100? I think she was dropped about 7 times when I was watching the highlights.
I saw a few things on Sky Sports News, and
but she was, yeah.
But yeah, good luck to Heather Knight and all at England. Hopefully, when we're commentating tomorrow, we'll be able to call them world champions again.
That would be pretty incredible to retain it.
Of course, very lucky to host the next edition of the women's test match journey. Going to be live from the Cooper Associates County Ground.
27th of June.
Tickets are on sale now if you're looking to come down and see the next version of the journey, because the test match in Australia was such a brilliant advocate for women's test cricket, and we've been very lucky to have that next, anywhere in the world, that this is the next test, so the next follow on from that match.
Is it no other countries?
No, it there was that game in Australia. And the next test anywhere in the world is right here in Taunton. Three overs to go then. Let's say the just clouded in a little bit. It's getting a little bit gloomy out there now. I think wouldn't be anything too major, but in a championship game. But
so I've been cruising along at just over 4 and over throughout this innings.
We just have Mike mention about the Somerset Cricket Museum, which is a really good point, Mike. Yeah, the Somerset Cricket Museum is now opening on Wednesdays. So if you're... that ball beats the bat, just scuttles through again, doesn't it? It's not bouncing a lot.
No.
Yeah, the Somerset Cricket Museum is open on Wednesdays now. And Mike, who's regular contributor to the YouTube chat, has done some excellent work there with the museum over the winter. A lot of the collections are now online as well. If you'd like to check out the Somerset Cricket Museum, got a new online archive, which is really impressive. And shout out to Mike, who's done some brilliant work over the winter as a volunteer to help show a lot of the amazing collections for people that can't make it to the museum. So. It's gone fine. It's going to be 4 runs.
Sibley's known as a leg side player, isn't he? And throughout this innings, it's been largely leg side field. Still 2 short mid wickets.
It's just sort of bread and butter delivery that for Sibley on the hip. It's not going to miss out there, particularly with long. I wouldn't call that a fine leg. It's probably a long leg, isn't it?
Yeah, it's long leg on that side.
So it's definitely a long leg on that side. Yeah. So the lead's up to 99. So if you were the 2 captains, so there was 90 overs left tomorrow. How would you? What sort of run chase do you think that can be agreed on?
They'll probably have a gentleman's agreement to go till lunch. Do you think?
Yeah, leave about sort of.
Put it up to 250 lead.
250. I mean, maybe they'll probably Maybe what would 50 overs be? Back for another 30 for an over. Yeah, maybe around 250 and 50 overs, something like that.
Yeah.
I think it would be a great conclusion to a pre-season campaign to just have that slight element of a scenario that they're looking to go for it.
Yeah, wickets have been hard to come by for both sides, haven't they? So we were looking pretty comfortable batting.
Yeah. Of course, it would give us some excitement as well up here if there was a run chase on the cards tomorrow afternoon. It'd be good for the fans, good for us to see some slightly more interesting cricket than what we've got going on out here. But it's all part and parcel of pre-season.
Haven't seen too many leaves actually.
No, I think Casey's got himself in a much nicer rhythm than he did. He bowled from the other end a lot yesterday and didn't quite get it right, but bowling from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion, he seems to have got his length, a lot fuller. And he's also was victim of the short offside boundary from the other end yesterday.
That's quite a full delivery, and well stopped. Bartlett's got down well. He's had to dive around a bit, Bartlett.
Yeah.
More than anyone else.
Yeah. Bobble Bartlett. Yeah, he's done well there, George Bartlett, in the mid off. Oh, that's beautiful. Shot of the innings, that, from Dom Sibley.
Great balance. Full face.
You see on the replay here, just showing youngsters how to play the straight drive. This looks pretty superb, yeah. Back coming right through. You certainly wouldn't go far wrong in the MCC coaching manual than watching that. But Casey wouldn't mind that. That wasn't a half volley. It was on the up.
No, it wasn't. So yeah.
Yeah, that's not a. Casey shouldn't be off put by that delivery.
Just pulled it back slightly, isn't he? That one.
25 gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's day 2 of this pre-season game against Warwickshire. Final pre-season game before Somerset take to County Championship action on Thursday at the Aegeus Bowl. We may have just a 1 over remaining. We've got about nearly 10 to 6. So either 1 over remaining, or they might just bowl a couple more to get to 6. But we shall see.
So what's going to be different with the live stream this year and on the 14th?
So people won't have to listen to us mugs for a start.
This is true.
We've got obviously our full team of commentators and led by Peter Trigo, which is great. Yeah, a few bits and pieces. It's gone for 4. And Abel's just straying down the leg side, and Rhodes just sort of helping that on its way. Yeah, a few bits. A lot of what we've done this year is sort of getting a real solid foundation for what we want to do moving forward with it. A lot of the stuff we did last year was brilliant, but we sort of rented a lot of bits. Everything was quite sort of last ditch, sort of running around a lot, plugging cables in and hoping that it works. So we've sort of, to get to kind of the next step. We had to kind of take it back a step to try and invest in some slightly more proficient sort of setup kit, really. So we've made that investment this winter, which is great. A lot of bits and pieces for the communication systems and the commentators and the camera operators. Got a new camera downstairs, but because we're on air a lot, like, we genuinely are live for 40 plus.
Yeah.
If you look at, we're on air from 10:30 to 6:30 every day. It is a long time to be live, and what we want to do is ensure that we're just as good at 10:30 as we are at 5 to 6 on a day. So having the equipment to allow us to do that is, we want to make it as professional as we possibly can. Even around the wicket.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, there's a lot happening this summer, and we've seen with the membership numbers have been great.
Yeah, sold out white ball.
Sold out white ball membership, sold out long room membership.
So we can expect sellout crowds for all the 2020 games again, I suppose.
Ticket sales have been brilliant. The Gloucestershire game, T20 is already over 80% full.
It is exciting, isn't it? Because that Lancashire quarter-final, we can expect 7, hopefully a home quarter-final as well. Absolute sort of full crowds, atmosphere for those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think.
And the one-day matches as well, I hope, which follow on.
Yeah.
The 4 home Royal London Cup matches.
Yeah, we had a technical sellout in the Royal London Cup last year. So.
Is that the Yorkshire game?
I think it was. I think it was the game that was. We had a few hours.
A few Yorkshire fans came down to that.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of them in the crowd.
And that is the end of play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's finished 5 minutes early, but off we go. Warwickshire 117 for 1, leading by 108. Sippy 58, Rhodes 27. Remains to be seen whether those are the 2 batters that will come back out in the.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll give a few more a go in the morning.
Quite possibly, I would have thought. Yeah.
Go for another 20, 30 overs and then declare.
And as we mentioned, hopefully, hopefully for a bit of entertainment tomorrow, we can get a game set up and albeit be pre-season, and we can see some entertaining cricket in tomorrow afternoon. So thank you so much for joining us on the live stream as always. We'll look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. It'll be on air from about sort of 10:45, and that's about it from myself, Ben Warren, Jonathan.
Thanks for having me.
No worries at all. And lastly, we're going to show you the Where's Waller video. Where's Waller was in Bath today. It was found in 4 minutes. Record time. And the Vitality Blast shirt has been launched. So head over to our digital platforms to check out the new T20 shirt and for everything Somerset County Cricket Club. And we'll catch you tomorrow.